San Diego. Good morning, everyone. Let me hear you. Good morning. Good morning. We're being watched live right now in our Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube channel of Readers Magnet. So if you can share it to your friends and relatives, again, key in Readers Magnet to Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, and we are being watched live right now. We'll have some interactions coming from our live and our virtual audiences. I'll be asking you questions. This is going to be a whole day of fun, right? Okay, I know it's stormy outside, but it's not going to be stormy here unless, of course, we want it that way. So let's keep the fire, burning. Let me hear it again. Good morning, San Diego. Good morning, and welcome to the Reader's Magnet Book Confab. Let your stories be heard. A round of applause for everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. I know you guys have some second thoughts of being here, but you guys pushed through and came here anyway, so thank you so much. Coffees, pizza, snacks will be given away for everyone today. Also, we're giving free books later on, right? So you just have to ask some of our staff. We have John, Leah, Kate, Ian, and Kathy is going to be here with us today for the rest of the day. Who's going to help us out, okay? So we're going to be, today is going to be fun for sure. And today is going to be a whole lot of experience, a new experience, because I'm so excited to hear your stories. And I've said this many times in any confab that we do, there's no other better person who can talk about the book but the one who wrote it, right? I mean, anybody can probably do their audiobook and being represented by someone, but it's different when you're the one who's really talking about the book because it's the soul and the spirit of the book. And that's what Reader's Magnet has thought about doing, and we created Reader's Magnet Book Confab. And this is the third season. We have done it successfully in Tribeca, New York last year, and that was a trial run, which turned out to be a jam-packed standing crowd for 3 days. So we thought about it doing again in San Francisco, which was successful last April, a week after LA Times Festival of Books. And then when we heard that San Diego Tribune Festival of Books is going to be just a one-day event, I think it's not the usual thing that we do at Reader's Magnet, and for sure it may not be enough for some of you. So we thought about creating the Reader's Magnet Book Confab here in downtown San Diego. To those who are watching us right now, we are going to be open for the rest of the day. Be here at 655 Broadway at the IQ Smart Center, Thomas, and Tesla rooms. Okay, we're here at the ground floor. So without further ado, to welcome us all and officially open our Reader's Magnet Book Confab San Diego, I give you Mr. John Carl Abines. A round of applause.
So, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Outside is already gloomy, and I thought we'd compensate it with more energy this morning. So again, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Oh yeah, I love that energy. So San Diego, good morning. World, good morning. I am elated, honored, and blessed to have all of you today. This is going to be new for most of us, but fear it not, because we're going to be here to guide, assist, and even hold your hand as we go through the day. All right, so we have the camera over there, but we also have live audiences here. So again, it's going to be a hybrid. Most of us are very used to speaking or even not speaking in front our computers, and that's what exactly is happening through our cameras over there. But there's also a live crowd. Nothing will beat a live crowd, and once you're in front, other enthusiasts, other storytellers, then the story keeps going on. So without further ado, let's start hearing our stories. I would like to thank each and every one of you. Amidst the storm, our spirits are not dampened. Amidst the storm, or what was a category 5 a couple of days ago, we are here, and I think, this is destiny. Would you agree? Very weak. It's a very weak yes. And again, I think this is destiny, or some can call it even serendipity. Do you agree? Yes. All right, let's start it off. Masters of Ceremonies, Dodge, James Dodge.
Thank you so much. A round of applause once again to Mr. John Carl Abines. Nothing will dampen our spirits. Okay, now, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to hear the first speaker who's going to be selfless today? She's going to tell it all and tell us more about her book. And her book is so interesting. She's had a successful book signing yesterday at the University of San Diego together with Readers Magnet and her whole family, who's also here with us today. Her book, Where in the World is God? And she's going to talk about that. It's a study of contemporary ideas, actions, and processes of humanity. Discloses that humanity and the universe are intertwined as parts of a single organism, in which humanity's apparent role is consciousness for the organism. A little bit of background of our first author who's going to speak today. Her life has centered around her love of the world and her interest in psychology, religion, philosophy, and education and writing, and has traveled extensively and has written a book, Four Moons, about her experiences on a 3-month trip through 9 countries around the world by herself at the age of 70. And she earned degrees in English, elementary education, and theology, and has taught in all age groups. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the author of the book, Where in the World is God? Miss Hope Raymond. A round of applause.
Well, good morning, and thank you all for being here. You must be hardy souls to weather this storm, so I'm especially grateful you're here. Yes, I would like to just say a word or two about my background, so you can kind of fit me into the picture of my book. I come from New England, north of Boston, and that's where I spent my childhood. And this was during World War II days, some time ago for many of you. Many of you weren't even born then, probably. And I was schooled in that area. And then during the war, my dad was called back into the service. And he had been in service before. And so he was called up again to serve in World War II. So our family moved around wherever he was being stationed, which was first in Washington, D.C., and then later in Miami. Not that he was stationed in Miami, he was stationed in Brazil, but we couldn't go there with him, so we stayed in Miami, and he would come back home occasionally, and we'd get to see him. So then when we went to, after the war, my father was a lawyer and an international lawyer for a large part of his career. And so he was assigned to go over to Germany right after World War II, within months, just a few months at that time, and helped to establish a legal code for Germany, because at that point they had no legal system. And so we went with him on that occasion, and we were there for 2 years, which was just quite a remarkable time for me. I won't go into details because I don't want to take too much time away from the book, but anyway, we were there and then came back to the States, and I had missed out on education along the way because of where we were. And so it was time for me to go to college, but I didn't have a high school diploma. I had been tutored for my final year of high school, and because there were no schools for me to go to. And so anyway, after I went to Wellesley College in Massachusetts, and then following that, I came to California for the first time. I received an invitation to come and teach school in Palo Alto at a private girls' school there, which I did. And then I lived there met my husband, a future husband there, and we got married and had 4 children. One of them is here today, Nancy. And Um, then that's about it in terms of my life before being married. And my husband worked for Kaiser, different Kaiser industries. And at one point, it took us over to Ghana in West Africa. They Kaiser had an invitation to develop an aluminum smelter in Ghana, because Ghana has a lot of bauxite, which is the raw material they use for making aluminum. And so I was there for, what, 2 years? 4 years, 3 years. um, and so the rest of the time, well, let's see, it was after that I went to theological seminary. And I've taught, well, I think just in general from this point on, I have taught school, and actually I've taught people of all ages, and have worked with the Guild for Psychological Studies, and have enjoyed the variety of types of work I've done. So that gives you, I think, enough of a background where I've been. So let me now move over to my book, which is called Where in the World is God? It was published last October by ReadersMagnet. But first of all, let me say a word about how I came to write it. The book had been growing in me since childhood. I still remember my earliest feelings about our world. Much of the time when I was a child, when I was not in school, I spent that time out in the field. That we had 11 acres of property in Massachusetts, and I spent time just, outdoors, the way kids do. And in the middle of this field, a very dry field, there was an area about maybe 7 or 8 feet in diameter of very soft, kind of yellowish green grass. And it was just a wonderful place to go, for me to go and just be there. And butterflies would come and see me. And it was just, I just loved watching the clouds overhead. And it became a real area where I spent a lot of time. And I mention that because it was, I grew to really care about the world and the world we live in and the environment. And so, yet when I went someplace, it wasn't all good like that. Sometimes when we went various places in the car, like going to school, this peaceful scene was replaced by my observing that many people would throw cigarette butts or dirty Kleenexes or apple cores, just about anything, out the car window. And as a result, the streets and sidewalks were filthy and trashy. And at the time, it seemed a shame to me that people didn't care about the beauty of our world. Well, I carried those memories with me into older adulthood and became aware of new, much more serious ways in which we were showing total disrespect for the world in which we live. So I was drawn to understanding more about that. Why were we doing that, and what could we do to change that? And as an avid reader of the newspaper, I began noticing connections between articles that I'd read. I started sitting on the floor in front of our living room fireplace with a daily newspaper each day. And when I saw an article that felt related in some way to my concern about the direction we were moving as a people, I would tear it out and just made a pile of newspaper clippings of things that seemed significant, though I wasn't sure exactly how it all fit together. And at some point, I decided to try to piece all these fragments together in their relationship to each other, like a jigsaw puzzle. I was able to do that, but what form of presentation could hold this kind of seemingly disparate group of clippings? So many things related to our world's problems were occurring simultaneously in so many different ways, in so many places, that no standard format seemed to fit it. What might work was a ballet, where there can be many different things happening simultaneously throughout, several dancers. There, that's the way it really is. But I'm not a dancer, and I know nothing about choreography, so obviously that didn't work. And so when I quickly realized I didn't have the skills to carry it out, I finally decided that I guess I'd just write a book. So that's how it came to be. The day I reached the end of writing chapter 22 in part um, part 3 of my book, made the following entry in my journal. I kept a journal for many years. This is one of the entries that I made when I completed the book. It happened so quickly when the time was right. Suddenly, as I was fitting pieces together, I began to realize that this is what I've been working toward all these years. It was so numinous, I was afraid the spell would be broken if I allowed myself to think about it. So I just kept on working very deliberately, not rushing, just doing what I knew I needed to do. And then there it was, the gift I had been waiting for. And I had no idea until that very moment what the whole gift would look like. It boggles my mind that I could work on something for such a long time and not know until it had totally come together what it would look like. But there it is. So simple, really, but absolutely authentic. It is beautiful, and I feel so much gratitude. And that was on March 26th in 2011. And so now some words about the book itself. One way of describing my book is to say that it's a biography of humanity through time. I realize, of course, that a biography usually refers to the story of one person's life, but this book looks at our collective life, or more specifically, at the growing consciousness of humanity as a whole, through history, up to and including the present time. It's about the larger story of life, the one to which we contribute every day of our lives, and how the events we are acting out together on the world stage today are seen through my eyes, the eyes of hope. Another way of describing my book is through the words of William Shakespeare. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one person in his or her time plays many parts. This may ring a bell with you when you see this cover of my book, or maybe you've seen it, the stage curtains. So the whole thing is like our performance on the stage of life. So another way of looking at my book is through the arrangement of the contents. My book has 3 parts. Part 1 is about the early development of religion in various forms, its encounter with science, and the later merging of both with psychology at the point of consciousness. Part 2 contains material drawn largely from the newspapers because I believe humanity has been given the role of consciousness for the universe, parallel to the human mind being given the role of consciousness for the individual. As a species, we flesh out the living ideas of the universe through events and processes in the world. Part 3 is just a single short chapter that draws together the findings explored in part 2. So this book is about the larger story of life, the one to which we contribute every day of our lives. We humans have a particular role cut out for us collectively. That is, all of us together have the unique task of developing and carrying higher consciousness here on Earth for the universe. In fact, we are the higher consciousness of the universe here on Earth. We are the only higher consciousness the universe has to turn to here. Though there are many species of living creatures here on Earth, only human beings have been given a frontal lobe that's capable of developing higher consciousness. This means, of course, that the universe is counting on us, humanity, for the ongoingness of life on our planet and saving this area of the universe from global warming. We have the necessary consciousness to figure out what is needed and how to implement it. It's that simple and that challenging. It's a huge assignment, but we are capable of handling it effectively. The question is, will we? And if so, when will we design our mode of living in cooperation with the larger needs of the universe in our neck of the woods, and not just our personal desires? We have a grim scenario to face in the future unless we cooperate with the needs of the planet, as well as our own needs. So which way will we go? Into the future cooperatively with the universe, or pursue only our own personal desires and needs? The choice is always ours. So that's gives you a feeling of what the book is about. And at this point, I would like to read a few passages from the book, so I can, let's see. Oh, there you go.
I'll be your next thing.
Okay, thank you. That's very handy. I want to read this first here. I need my glasses for this, so yeah. Okay. The years of gestation for this book unfolded like a mystery story. At any given moment, I knew only where I was and the next step I needed to take. Beyond that, it was all a mystery. This element of not knowing where it was headed and where it would end up kept me interested throughout. The day I reached the end, chapter 22, part 3, I made the following entry in my journal. It happened so quickly when the time was right, I can quote it. Suddenly, as I was fitting pieces together, I began to realize that this is what I've been working toward all these years. It was so numinous, I was afraid the spell would be broken if I allowed myself to think about it. So I just kept on working very deliberately, not rushing, just doing what I knew I needed to do. And then there it was, the gift I had been waiting for. And I had no idea until that very moment what the whole gift would look like. It boggles my mind that I could work on something for such a long time and not know until it has totally come together what it would look like. But there it is. So simple, really, but absolutely authentic. It is beautiful, and I feel so much gratitude. This is I should mention, I guess, that at the end of each chapter, I have a section called For Reflection, and there are some questions there to ponder over regarding the chapter you've just read. And this is just one of the questions from the, I think, second chapter or something. Do you ever feel the tide waves of the church or synagogue or temple, etc., ebbing from your life? If so, what's that like for you? If not, what might you say to a friend who does feel that way? That gives you an idea of the kind of questions. And this is a section where it's dealing with the macro world. It's a quote that I would like to read to you. In the opposite direction from the subatomic world, macroscientists were observing that the universe has been expanding at an accelerating rate ever since the Big Bang, more than 13 billion years ago. To scientists, expansion means the movement of galaxies away from each other and from us. When one considers that light travels 186,000 miles per second, and the universe has expanded from its original pinprick to its current diameter of 93 billion light years, the size of the unbounded universe is literally mind-boggling. In trying to imagine its size head-on, our psyche today becomes as dizzied and confused as the psyche of the Middle Ages, when scientists observed that the heavens above do not form a container, but are merely part of farther reaches of space. The vastness of the universe is indeed staggering. Discovery of the continual expansion of the universe, which has no outer edge or limits, has presented a challenge for theologians as well as for particular researchers. If there is no outside of the universe, then deism no longer works. To be in accord with postmodern science, there can be no transcendent God, no God outside the universe. God can be only immanent or within the universe, if God exists at all. A general belief of scientists today is that behavior is what counts most. The fundamental realities of the universe are relationships, processes, and events, not bits of physical matter. As long as physical matter was seen as the foundation of the universe, science and religion could not be reconciled. This is a quote. It was that extreme separation from the spirit world that enabled Western science to discover that mind and matter are the same thing. Perhaps the earliest signs of human consciousness came in the form of religious rituals. Homo sapiens has engaged in various kinds of rituals since the first starting to roam the earth, up to the present. Though originally the behavior was largely instinctual, through time, collective consciousness developed, and much later, what we would call individual consciousness. Only in the past century or two has consciousness taken a further step, in which humanity has become conscious of consciousness. Yet, throughout its history, Homo sapiens has had an innate sense that the core of life exists in an unseen world. As consumers caught up with the technology of raising modern livestock, oh, wait a second, that isn't the one, I don't think. Wait a second. No, down here. Controversies surround the treatment of animals vis-a-vis human concerns. In one example, an injured mountain lion strayed into a retirement community and was hiding in the bushes. Animal control officers had no tranquilizer that works on mountain lions, so police said that they had no choice but to shoot and kill the animal. Some residents of the retirement community questioned whether police overreacted. There was no need to shoot it like they did, said one resident. Another example concerns a new animal antibiotic to treat a pneumonia-like disease in cattle. The drug, cefquinone, belongs to a class of powerful antibiotics that are among the few choices for defense against several serious human infections. The American Medical Association fears that giving the drug to animals would speed the development of resistant strains, which could spread to people. However, Carl Johnson, Director of Product Development for the pharmaceutical company seeking to market cefquinone, says there is reasonable certainty of no harm to public health. And then, overweight and malnourished. Unlike earlier days of our history, today a person can be both overweight and malnourished. Whereas soft drinks used to be reserved for special occasions, they now comprise 7% of the average American's diet. If, instead of sweetened beverages, the average American drank water, he or she would weigh 15 pounds less, calculates Eric Finkelstein, a health economist at a research institute in North Carolina. These are just bits I've picked up so you can see the range that I cover in the book. Parenting. Parents today spend more direct time with their children than ever before. Nearly 14.1 hours a week for mothers. Yet half of mothers say they do not spend enough time with their children. It's almost like it doesn't matter how much they do. They feel they do not do enough, said the lead author of a University of Maryland study. After pointing out that mothers' perception is colored by an increase in expectations, the author continued, "This is part of the burden of the generation of parents. Enormously high expectations for how children develop, how they feel about themselves, how they achieve, and how successful they are in the world." Sharon Hayes of the University of Southern California summed it up. Ours is a culture of intensive mothering. Although it was touted in the media in 2006 that boys were falling behind in academic achievement and graduating from high school at lower rates than girls, this was largely a manufactured crisis, according to a senior scientist at Brandeis University. Poor and working class boys do lag behind girls in reading when they get to middle school, he said, but boys in the wealthiest schools do not fall behind, either in middle school or in high school. This is borne out in statistics compiled by the National Education Association, which showed that the sex composition of colleges was fairly well balanced, 51% female and 49% male. Other professors said that men cluster disproportionately at both ends of the spectrum, students who are the most brilliantly creative and students who cannot keep up. Blogging. Perhaps the thorniest question for the blogging world is the role of blogging. To be a trusted source of insight and information, or an internet version of an infomercial. Marketers know how powerful and well-connected some of the 12 million plus American bloggers are, so they seek to drive a wedge between them and their readers by luring bloggers to promote their product in blogs. Blogger Seth Godin writes, "If your blog is remotely influential, people will attempt to influence you. The more often a blogger accepts the temptation, the less influential her blog will become." This is money. Until the advent of money, not only was life simpler, but also somewhat safer for peasant farmers. Nature could send a drought or other natural disaster, but going into debt was not even a blip on the average person's radar screen. Credit did not exist, so there was no way to borrow for the future. Life could be lived only now. And car sharing. Another idea for reduction of hydrocarbons is car sharing, which reduces the need for individual cars. Zipcar, a car sharing company, enlists many college campuses nationwide, as well as the public at large, into their green-friendly program. Zipcars are available 24/7 for faculty, staff, and students to drive on and off campus by paying an annual $35 fee, plus $8 or $9 an hour. Zipcars have become even more visible than charging stations, showing up on streets and shopping centers across the country. So those are just some quotes I picked somewhat at random through the book to give you a sense of what the tone of the book is and the kind of coverage that it makes. But now I'd like to just see if you have any questions you'd like to raise, and if so, raise them, and we shall see what the answer might be. Yes.
Did the book Silent Spring influence your love of the environment and the dangers that were faced and recognized initially back then?
I missed the beginning of your question.
The book Silent Spring.
The post.
Silent Spring. It was a book that.
Oh, a book that came out. Oh, I got it. Oh.
In the 60s, and it talked about how DDT was destroying the bald eagle was going to be extinct by the time I grew up in the 60s. So I was just wondering, was that an influence?
Gosh, I don't know. Does anybody know that? Did you hear his question? Yeah. I wish I could answer that, but I can't. I'm sorry. Yeah. And yes.
What was the catalyst event that made you want to dive deeper into?
Could you, excuse me, could you speak up a bit, please? Because.
What was the catalyst event that made you want to travel the 9 countries to do your research for this book? What made you want to just take this 3-month journey to get the information that you were seeking? Was there an event in your life that happened?
The 3-month journey that I took. Which journey are you talking about?
The one that your book describes, that you traveled 9 countries in over 3 months.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, oh, that, yes, and I wrote a book about that. I guess maybe you know. Is that how you know about it?
Yes.
Yeah, I got it. And how did that influence me in this? I'm not sure. Probably it did, but I can't name any specific ways in which it did, because the countries that I took, I went to 9 different countries over a period of 3 months and 4 months, and this is when I was turned 70, and uh, I don't. I only chose to go to the 9 countries I went to because I had never been to those. I mean, I've been to other countries. So to answer your question, it would probably be more from another time. I'm not sure it really. I'm sure it influenced me some way, but not specifically. Thank you for asking that.
Of course.
Are there any other questions?
When you attend theology school, did it change your outlook on many views you had?
I'm sorry, say that.
When you attend theology school, did it change the way you view things, you view the world in any way?
Well, it certainly gave me information to make decisions about in terms of where I stand. I think actually more influential in where I am currently is from the Guild for Psychological Studies, which I led ended up leading seminars for them for a period of time. And I think that psychology really influenced me a lot in terms of where I came out of that. Because you're right. I went to seminary in many years ago, and uh, and I worked in a church in San Francisco, actually, Noe Valley Ministry. Some of you may know of it, for a period of time. And gradually, I guess I broadened my vision a lot through the Guild for Psychological Studies. Yeah. Thank you for asking. Are there any other questions or comments you want to make? Yes.
I was wondering, as you collected your newspaper clippings, how did you decide, was there something in particular you were looking for in deciding whether it pertained to your greater vision that you were discovering? And how did you decide which ones were going to be relevant and which ones were not?
Well, the papers?
Your newspaper clippings. When you were reading through them, how did you decide whether one pertained to?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, there were different. One might have to do with something going on in the oil industry, or manufacturing women's clothing, or I mean, there were all different kinds of subjects. And of course, at first they didn't fit together at all. And when I came to put them together, it wasn't the obvious what we're talking about now, but rather what was going on behind the scenes that matched either the techniques they were using or the problems that they had. They were different topics, but they had the same kind of underlying needs, and that's how I chose them. Yeah. Anything else? Okay, then I think maybe that wraps it up, does it? Yep. So thank you for being, you must be hardy souls to come out in this weather. And so thank you for coming.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, Hope Raymond. If you have with you your phones and you checked out our live, definitely you'll be surprised. There's a lot of comments there. I'll read them, a few ones, and if I will be able to find some questions, and definitely will ask Hope as well, because we still have time for Hope. But you check it out. Go to Readers Magnet Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, so you'll be able to see questions. There's one question here that I really want to ask. This question comes from Cassandra Wood, who's watching us right now. Would you say that there will come a time, tens of thousands of years maybe, that humanity becomes transcendent?
Wow, that's quite a question. um, okay. I don't know, Sandra. I don't know. I'd love to know what you think, because that's a question I haven't really pondered. Or any of you, do you have ideas as to what you think? Well, I'd love to know what I could hear you and hear where you're coming from, and because it must be something that's prompted the question for you. Um, I think that humanity uh, will continue, of course, to um, develop further in consciousness through time. And, uh, and I suspect that we will, if we wait long enough, find that we are utilizing the knowledge that we have and to make better decisions in terms of, well, we have to, in terms of the universe and, or our planet. For the universe, of course, we're just part of it. And, you know, it's so hard. I don't know. I don't know how do you predict when the universe is expanding at the rate it is, and changes are made that beyond the changes we are making for ourselves or for the world. So I don't know how to answer that. But thank you for the question.
Thank you so much. A round of applause once again for Hope Raymond. Yesterday, Ms. Hope Raymond had a very successful book signing at the University of San Diego, and I believe we still have some more books. So maybe Ms. Hope can give us some copies to our audience later on, because we brought them with us. So if you're interested in knowing the book, Where in the World is God, it's definitely not a coffee table reading, because you definitely will need a week for that, because it's quite a thick book. But she's giving it away. Definitely can grab a copy. Again, Where in the World is God by Hope Raymond. A round of applause, and thank you so much for making it today. Moving along to our next speaker, he was with us yesterday as well, and I definitely saw him making some networks and connections in that coffee table right at the back of the booth of Reader's Magnet. But this time, we'll give him an opportunity to speak about his book. And I once told him that it's a very interesting one. I can remember back in my middle school, this was my research study, specifically about Bill of Rights. I don't know, but it's quite interesting for me. Now, if you are like me or into quite the similar topic or subject matter, let's hear it more about this very interesting book entitled Our Founders in Their Words and Why They Matter. And I believe it's not just Bill of Rights here, but a lot of parts of the history and Constitution. So there's a warning in his book. It says, warning, you might learn something here. So our next speaker is a devoted constitutionalist, and he has served in numerous organizations as well as in government, and always arguing for our constitutional rights. He has spent his life in the study of our founding documents and the political theory which surrounds it. And as a public speaker, he has defended the Republic, arguing for the original intent of our founders. And this is the second installment to try to simplify and make our Constitution more understandable to the American public. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you our next speaker, author of the book Our Founders in Their Words and Why They Matter, Mr. Russell Rucker. A round of applause.
Hi, everybody. I'm glad to be here in San Diego. It's quite a ways from home. I'm half a continent away. And I'm glad that Reader's Magnet gave me an opportunity to speak today. I started in this journey, I'd say, you know, I picked up a book quite a while back, about 40 years ago, and it was about the miracle in Philadelphia, it was called. And it was historian that wrote the text describing what had occurred in 1787 at the convention. And I was really quite intrigued with that. And I started doing a lot of studying on it, and I started reading things like Common Sense and the letters from a farmer in Philadelphia, and I learned how to read Old English and to study it. And I was really just fascinated with what they were able to accomplish. And a few years ago, I got quite irritated, really, at the level of people telling me things that were in there that weren't in there. People in newspapers that should know what they're talking about. And even people on talk shows telling me on the complete opposite side of the spectrum, things that were incorrect. So I decided I was going to go back through the records of the convention, and I was going to reread the whole thing, and I was going to write up and explain what the heck it meant and what it was there. So I wrote this first installment, which is Textualism and Originalism in Our Constitutional Republic. And that came out about a year ago. And I decided that I hadn't said enough. So I decided to write another book, not just to explain what exactly it said, but how we got to that point. You know, the plans in the convention that were brought in. So I rewrote them a little bit to make them a little better understanding for the American people. After all, there isn't an exact science in the records because the people that kept notes were taking it in real time. So you have 8 or 10 different people keeping notes in the convention. So it's disputable which one was exactly correct. It's kind of like having the 4 gospels in the Bible, and you get 4 different views of what occurred. So I went through it, and I tried the best I could to reword it just a little bit, not change it, but just to make it better understandable. And I put all 3 of the plans in the new book. The Pinckney Plan, which was by Charles Pinckney. He's known as Constitutional Charlie. He spoke on almost everything in the convention. And then we had the Virginia Plan, which is basically what they wound up working off of. Okay, that was a plan written by James Madison. And he studied in his upper room in his plantation, in his estate. It's a vast overlook, probably a quarter mile down there. I have been there. It's a fascinating place. And he studied every possible form of government, of self-government he could find, because he was trying to get the best government for us that we could with the highest amount of freedom and liberty that could possibly be. And of course, when you have states setting up a constitutional convention, everyone has to give up something. So liberty and freedom are given up to some extent to the federal government in order to have a federal government in order to protect the states. So you have to give up something, or you won't have a national or federal government like we have today. So, and then you get halfway through the convention, and you have Patterson, and he brings forward the New Jersey plan because he's not happy with any of the plans. Frankly, they're disgusted with what's going on. The original purpose was to update the Articles of Confederation, not write a whole new document. And so Pinckney and Patterson were trying to work within the framework of the Articles of Confederation, within the framework that Congress, the Continental Congress, had sent them to. And so I'm trying to explain exactly what happened and why they did what they did, why they chose the one over the other. And my book starts out talking about the different holidays that are from our founding, which are the 4th of July, Washington's birthday, and Thanksgiving. Those are the only 3 holidays that really are in the very beginning. And of course, Washington's birthday has been relegated to President's Day today. But as you get through it, and the whole idea that this is not a religious country, it's just when you read the speeches and the documentation that Washington cites when he proclaims the national holiday, it's just clearly that's what it is. It's giving thanks to God Almighty for everything they have, including their liberty, their government, all of it. So these holidays are important. I know it's been relegated down to sitting around the table eating turkey, watching football afterwards, having a good time. But at some point, especially Madison was asking not for a feast, but they were asking for a fasting, a day of reflection and public thanksgiving to God for what they had. And they weren't really supposed to be having this grand celebration like they had when the Pilgrims first started. They were having a big harvest feast. So it's different that way. And then I get into, the war itself, what is occurring that brought us to it. Samuel Adams was bent on having a revolution. He didn't just ferment malt liquor. He fermented a revolution. He tried every way he could to cause trouble to bring about a revolution. So I discussed that, and I discussed the first administration, Washington's administration, the feud between Hamilton and Jefferson that wound up leading Jefferson to even leave the administration. And then he formed his own party to counter what Hamilton was doing. Hamilton was trying to set up a national bank, a national road network, and he was trying to build this federal government. Jeffersonian Republicans were trying, they wanted a smaller government, but in the end, they wound up taking control of the government, and they made it bigger than the Federalists ever wanted. So I tried to get through all this, and when you talk about the Declaration, it's quite different what they started with. When Franklin and Jefferson and Livingston, there were 5 of them on the committee, and they started talking about it, it's quite a different document. So I decided I'm going to use that original document before it was altered. So I've written the entire document out and numbered all the different points of complaints. One of the most interesting complaints that I found was a complaint that England had forced slavery on the colonies. And I'm like, wow, I never heard this before. I'm reading this, and this is just fascinating stuff, So I thought it was really interesting, and I thought, that would be something people might be interested in, the differences that are in there. And it's not just that different. There's a lot of subtle differences. And the same goes with our Bill of Rights. Our Bill of Rights came to be because those in the convention didn't believe we needed a Bill of Rights. They thought it was spread out throughout the whole document. But when they got to the state ratifying conventions, the states started complaining that, hey, we're giving up natural rights here, and we're getting no guarantees for giving up these natural rights. So there were quite a few states that didn't want to sign on to it. In fact, North Carolina voted the Constitution down. They had to have a new ratifying convention the next year. But what Madison did was he wrote up a Bill of Rights from the complaints of all the different conventions. And he submitted all these. He started with 19 articles. And some of them are kind of interesting because there's freedom of religion is in there. And it talks about that you can't be forced to serve in a military there. Of course, that didn't make it. But that's one of the original things. It gives you an idea of what they were thinking about at the time and why they did what they did. And he produced this upon a promise in the first election for Congress. He was running against James Monroe. And he made a promise that I will use the amendment process to get a Bill of Rights through if I'm elected. And he won his seat, and he worked on doing this. But it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy because it was the first Congress. Washington had just been installed as President of the United States, and they had a lot more important things to do than working on a Bill of Rights. They were trying to set up the government itself. They were trying to get the federal government up and working, and they just really didn't have time to deal with this. But he kept pushing it, and out of the House came 17 amendments. And that's the what I use in my book as an early edition of the Bill of Rights. It gives you a better idea. So it's a little different than what you're used to hearing. And you came out with, then of course out of the Senate, you came out with 12. And of those 12, 10 got passed, and the last 10. The first one got passed as the 27th Amendment. It finally went through. There's actually one of the Bill of Rights still out there. And it's live because they didn't put an end date on it like the more modern amendments had. So it could still be passed. It has to do with the numbers in Congress. So if it were to pass, we would have a lot more House of Representatives is what it amounts to. Okay. There's just a lot of interesting things, and the grand compromise giving the state and the Senate to represent the states and the House to represent the people. That was a big conflict. They argued for months trying to get that settled. So that's just kind of an interesting thing. I would like to read a little bit. I'm running out of time here. And this is out of my chapter on Thomas Paine. Paine was a radical for sure, and some of his work banned in England and was tried in abstention after he fled to France. Let us not forget, all of our founders were radicals of their day. His most important work, Common Sense, galvanized the colonies when it came out in 1776 in January and helped turn the tide of public opinion towards independence. In it, he argues the importance of self-government, the strides being the first in any land having to carve out an existence in the forest to survive, and the importance of working together to have self-government. He states that society any state is a blessing, but government, even in its best state, is a necessary evil. You know, in retrospect, it was interesting when I first read it. I don't think I really understood its context, but I sure see its reality now. And then he describes, you know, just the lumber we have and what it would take to build a navy and the size of the small country that's governing us, the island, England, that's governing over us, and discusses that a king has to be looked after. And we're asked to give the final balance of life to defend what they won't tell us why they're doing to begin with. So it's really interesting. But I come to the end of my time. I hope you've enjoyed what I had to say. I'm just really passionate about this, and thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Do we have questions for Mr. Russell? Anyone?
What was the most interesting or surprising fact that you found out during your research?
Well, I think it was some of the discussions over slavery and some of the arguments against it were just fascinating. I can't remember who it was, but one of the arguments, he was actually talking. See, they were arguing over slavery as property, and is it property? And if it's property, then why are we not counting the cows? Why aren't we counting the pigs? Why aren't we not counting all the buildings we have up north here where we don't have slavery? And as we proceed down to the south, and he describes what's happening down south, and as the further south you get, how much worse it gets. And then you cannot be both slave and property. I mean, man and property at the same time. And you say if it's property, that's one thing. But if it's people, then you need to give them the right to vote and give them citizenships. There was a lot of these kind of arguments that I found just fascinating in there.
I love the Constitution. For me, it's a living document that, for over 200 years have expanded our rights as people. Slavery is a perfect example. Lincoln wrote, some people say that President Lincoln freed the slaves for winning the war. But prior to that, when he was a senator, I think one of his greatest articles was A House Divided, where he quoted Jesus Christ as saying, a house divided cannot stand. We cannot have slave states and free states because of the Missouri Compromise that was being argued against. Now, recently, the Supreme Court, to me, has ignored that whole concept, saying that let the states decide abortion. We can have states with abortion and states without abortion. To me, it's the same example as slavery. Do you think that will lead to or can lead to a constitutional crisis?
I don't think it's going to lead to a constitutional crisis because I think the states in their 50 laboratories will figure out what to do. I think eventually you're going to have to come across some kind of compromise. The thing about that decision, I mean, that I always thought, it's not in the Constitution. There's too much of this stuff that isn't in the Constitution, and the Supreme Court has just taken over these things that aren't in and giving an opinion on something when I think they should be following the text and the original thought. The thing is, those things should be at the state level. If it's not mentioned under Article 10, unless we're going to go to 9, which could, it is possible that it could be a natural right, and natural law is in the 9th. So it's possible if you made that argument. I haven't really heard it, but I kind of wonder about that. Okay, could it be argued that it's a woman's natural right? I don't know, but if you can't make that connection, then it has to go to the states, because if it's not here in the Constitution, if it's not for the federal government, then it's reserved to the states and to the people. So it comes down to that. It's a tough issue. I mean, I don't know what to think, but I don't think we're going to have a constitutional crisis over it. I think the people and the legislatures in the end will make some kind of compromise somewhere. At least I'm hoping so.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. The author of the book, Our Founders and the Words and Why They Matter, Mr. Russell Tucker. I know talking about Constitution and the Bill of Rights would probably take some months for us to really discuss about it. But I believe Mr. Tucker has a YouTube channel you can visit and you can sign up as a subscriber. If I'm not mistaken, he's actually uploading one video per week talking about specific topics. So right after, probably during lunch break, you can ask Russell about the specific YouTube channel you can visit. So you'll know more about him and the topics that he is focusing on too. All right, are you guys okay? All right, perfect. Now, I'm a pet lover myself. So I'm so interested about, knowing about this author and the book that he has written. So our next speaker is the author of the book, The Pet Owner's Guide to Emergency Veterinary Care. It's quite a mouthful. And it's a candid and honest discussion of what the author considers predatory veterinary practices and how to avoid them. And for me, this is a very interesting topic because every time we send out our pets to a clinic, we don't usually get to have the time to really check on them, or probably we make use of that as an excuse to leave our pets and go do some other stuff. But I think this is a very interesting topic to also guide us of what's happening on the other side, right? Our author has served in the U.S. Army for 20 years as both a veterinary technician and AALAS, Certified Laboratory Animal Technologist. Perhaps George would be able to define what AALAS later on. And his service in the veterinary and biomedical research community in the field of animal science has earned his innumerable awards, honors, and military medals to include the Washington State branch of the American Association for Laboratory Animal Science as a Technician of the Year. I believe I just defined it. That's American Association for Laboratory Animal Science. And served as a board of member of WBAALAS. So I think we just added two letters there, which is the W. Washington branch. Perfect. For several years. Now he filmed, produced, and presented a documentary titled Vet Tech Army Style at Heifers International in Little Rock, Arkansas. And after his military career, while working at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, Mr. Heath developed and presented at the AALAS national meeting an enhanced method of ovarian transplantation in the mouse model. He used his insights and expertise in animal science and veterinary technology to present an honest and candid view of predatory veterinary practices that many pet owners can benefit from. So if you are like me, a pet owner, and would love to save a lot of animals too, let's hear from the author of the book, The Pet Owner's Guide to Emergency Veterinary Care. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Mr. George Heath. A round of applause.
Thank you, thank you. I have always loved animals from very young age. In fact, kindergarten, I remember I used to get the word vegetarian and veterinarian mixed up. So we'll be sitting at the dinner table and my brother would take the chicken leg off my plate and say, "You want to be a vegetarian, right?" I goes, "Yeah, but I would snatch that chicken back." And even today, you can love animals. I do love animals, but I also love tender. fact that mouse, see that mouse that's on the picture over there? It's called a chimera. It has two mothers and two fathers. The brown parts of the mouse come from embryonic stem cells from mice that would contain a gene that St. Jude needs to learn about in order to treat type of cancers or incurable diseases. So mice play an important role in biomedical research. After my Army career, I worked in research for a while, but then when I came to California, I wanted, get back to my first love, working in veterinary clinics. And I could not, because in my generation, the veterinary clinic was usually a family business. Someone went to school, they may have passed it down to their son or daughter, and they worked because veterinarians are among the most compassionate people on the face of the earth. They love animals, and they love people that love their animals. But I would say in the last 10 or 15 years, it has turned into a franchise. Not all of places, but many places. Like my book opens up with my sister-in-law. She had a cane corso. She came home and was sick, like not able to stand. She took it to the emergency veterinary hospital. I got a call from my brother. He said, George, Andrea is at the emergency hospital. When she first went in there, she needed a $2,000 deposit to keep the dog alive. She went ahead and paid the $2,000. She wrote out a check. She was trembling, crying, and then a few hours later they came in and said, well, we need $5,000 more. She didn't have $5,000. He asked me to call her. I called her. I says, give me the lab results. Tell me you want the lab results. What have they done? She said, well, George, they're telling me that I can't take my dog home because she's too sick for them to release in this condition. I said, no, that's illegal. That's your dog. Either they buy the dog from you, for like $8,000, or they give you your dog back. All you have to do is pay the exam fee legally. But anyway, she had already paid $2,000. So I told her to check on the dog and let me know how is he doing. I told her to press the gums, because if you press the gums on an animal and the color comes back in like 2 to 3 seconds, that's a good sign that the heart is working, things are functioning. She did. She said, George, she's lifting her head, she's reacting to me. I said, well, then tell them that you're taking your dog home. And she says, and that's what she did. She took control of the situation. Because a lot of times in emergency veterinary clinics, you have no control. But my book tells you how to take control, which questions to ask. Because once it has become a franchise, their goal is they have to make so much money off each person, usually $500. If you're not making $500, you're not a team player. But, there's times like in my book I describe a soldier came in, 22 years old. They got a baby in a stroller and the wife is pregnant. Their Cocker Spaniel got hit by a car. I was the first one to examine it. And I knew that no matter what we did, that dog would not live for the next 3 hours, right? So I figured the veterinarian would come in and tell her, chances are very little that it's going to survive. We might want to think about the word euthanasia. And that's an important word to use, because that's the humane termination of life. Dogs don't live 20, 80 years. They come to a end of their lifespan, and it's our responsibilities as pet owners to ensure that they don't suffer. Yeah, you can treat a dog for cancer and add 3 months on, but is that humane to the dog? Well, anyway, she came in, she looked at the dog, and she said, we're going to do everything to save Susie, but I need you to sign this estimate. We're going to do x-rays and blood work. I'm standing behind her, knowing that no matter what, this dog wasn't going to live. And the guy said, well, how much is this going to run me? And she goes, don't worry about that. The important thing is that we save Susie. So I need you to sign this estimate, and we have a credit application, so you don't have to worry about I'm standing behind her and I'm going. And she turned around, thank God, she didn't see what I was doing. But I'm so glad that he looked at her and he said, you know what, I don't want Susie to suffer, so can you just put her down? So what my book is about is what questions to ask. What are the red flags? And one thing I emphasized in my book that I wasn't going to, write about is not only are pet owners victims, and not only pets can be victims of predatory veterinary practices, but veterinarians are also victims. I was shocked to find out that the suicide rate for veterinarians is extraordinary. It's very high. But when you work in the field and you realize that these veterinarians went to school because they love animals, they're compassionate, they love pet owners, but then they're put in a situation where person after person, imagine this, several times a day, you're telling someone who's crying with kids, can you help my aunt? I can't. Unless you got $2,000, and that's the rate. It's $1,500 now to keep a dog overnight for emergency services. Unless you got $2,000, the only thing we can do for you is put the animal to sleep, and that's going to cost $300 to $500. So my book tells you how to avoid that situation. You know, how to evaluate the questions that you ask. One of the questions is very important that you ask is that what are the chances? First, how much is this going to cost? How much is it going to cost today? How much is it going to cost tomorrow? How much is it going to cost if my animal lives? And the second question is, what are the chances? What is the prognosis of my animal being restored to normal? And then you have to quantify that. Is it 50%, 50-50? Is it 60-40? That changes the dynamics immediately because now the professional competence, and yeah, I says, and say this question with, according to your professional experience and your professional opinion, what is the chances of my animal surviving? Or what are the chances of my animal being restored to normal? So when you use that 50%, when you tell them to quantify it, then that puts the onus on them. Their professional capability is now at stake. So they have to tell you what the chances are. And so that helps you make a better decision. But one of the things, as I was getting at, is the greatest victim, in my experience, is the veterinarians themselves. Because they have management over them, putting these pressures, because they have laboratory equipment. You know, like some of the vet clinics, they're more equipped better than human hospitals in some small towns. They have CAT scans now. You know, they have laboratory on-the-spot diagnosis, and this has to be paid for. And so when a veterinarian spends several hours, time after time, the same day, telling somebody, unless you have $2, $3, $4, $5,000, I have to put your animal to sleep. The kids are crying. The people are crying. That business model has become so predatory as I think to cause this depression and high suicide rate in veterinarians. So I also provide solutions. I know many veterinarians who work in that environment, but then they volunteer for Humane Society or some other humane type of organization that does low-cost veterinary care. There's got to be an outlet. So why I said that is don't blame the veterinarian. If you read my book, you will understand the business model, and you will have a different perspective. You'll know which questions to ask, how to react, what sub-Q things to look for. Like when you say, if this was your dog, what would you do? When you say that, I don't know why, but there's something changes. The dynamics changes, and you can see in their eyes, you know, the situation. So I do have some books available. Please let me know if you have any questions. Any questions right now? Yeah.
So I guess my question would be, what are your thoughts on pet insurance when it comes to terms of emergency? Do you recommend it, or is it another kind of downfall of to kind of the whole industry?
I do recommend pet insurance. Yes, especially in emergency, because in my book I say, how many families that are working payday to payday? That's the reality these days. Many families, and just because you don't have $2,000 or $3,000 stuffed in the envelope that says for pet only, doesn't mean that you shouldn't have a pet. So yeah, I highly recommend pet insurance.
Also, there's Care Credit Card. It's used for you as for your stuff as well as for your pet.
Yeah.
I've had
Care credit is and that's an important thing, is like the young soldier with the pregnant wife and pregnant wife and 2-year-old toddler. I didn't want them to do that credit thing because I knew that that animal was not going to live, credit or no credit, and that's the biggest victimization, I think. Because back in the day, the word euthanasia was not shied away from. If an elderly dog comes in, it don't have much chance, or a cat with diabetes or whatever. You have to talk, because guilt in the vet world is the gift that keeps giving. If they can make you feel guilty about, putting your animal down, that's more money for them. My book helps you transcend that. This is not an issue of guilt. In fact, I say that the final gift of euthanasia could be the greatest gift you can give a pet that has given you 14, 15 years of love and ask for nothing in return.
Go ahead.
Yes,
I just
Russell?
wondered, you got a sick animal, he's dying. When should you decide to have the animal killed versus allowing it to go home and die on its own? Where is that balance?
Yeah, because they're giving us so much love and compassion and ask for nothing. In fact, in my book, I have a section on cats. It says, what's the difference between cats and dogs? Well, dogs say they love me, they feed me, they shelter me. They must be God. Well, cats say they love me, feed me, and shelter me. I must be God. But the point being is that you don't want them to suffer. If an animal is sick and is dying on its own, how many hours or days is it going to take for the animal to die? So euthanasia is actually an act of love and humanity in my, because your dog does, when the quality of life starts to go downhill, that's the time, in my opinion, to take it to be euthanized. And don't be surprised if you take it to be, I hate it when this happens. When you take to be euthanized and say, well, we can add another 6 months, we can do this. Do you really want to kill your dog? No. When you go and you determine that the animal's quality of life is not what it should be, you don't go to the vet saying, you go with a determination, you know what, it's time to put my animal to sleep. I want to be with them. I want to comfort them. Don't make it ambiguous. I think it might be the end time. That is your decision and your decision alone. Don't wait for a veterinarian or someone else to tell you it's time to put the animal down.
I had an experience where my dog had heart failure. So I had to decide what to do. I put her on medication and I extended her life for a good 3 years. Near the end, it got to the point where she just couldn't walk. There's certain things she couldn't do. So I took her and I said, is there anything we can do? And the vets knew that I had been going through this for years. And the vet even said, for me, I would have done it the first year around and put her under. But with love and care and everything, I extended her life for a good 3 years. And I finally said, okay, it's time to go. And I had her cremated and I have her in a little box and all that kind of stuff. And it did cost me up to $300, but you know what? I made sure that I let those veterinarians know that I cared about their love and care of me and my pet. They treated me with love and care. Through the whole experience, they made me feel special through all that. So you have to choose where you're going and where you're doing a vet. Some of them treat you like a family and some don't. So that's where you have to decide how you're being treated, okay?
Yeah, nothing in my book replaces the advice of an honest veterinarian. And that's what I emphasize, is to establish that relationship with the veterinarian before your animal gets sick. And those are the ones that you can tell that they care about you, They care about your animals, and you can trust their opinion. It's the ones that's the overnight emergency. They don't know you, they don't know your animal, and they have to meet the bottom line to be aware of. Thank you. Is there any more questions? Thank you. I
All
really.
right, thank you so much. George Heath, the author of the book, The Pet Owner's Guide to Emergency Veterinary Care. So I know a lot of us here, even virtually, there's just one comment that I love that you love animals. And that struck me the most. He just really commented that. I believe he's from Florida. And I know you guys can relate to it because for most of us here, definitely we have had pets, right? Dogs, cats, etc. And for us to have an access to that book that gives us like the science behind just care, but beyond caring, that would be good. I really love the idea that we have to have pet insurance. I think you mentioned about yeah, that one. So that would be a perfect time also for the ones who are watching us right now live, that there is more, or there's something that we can do beyond just sending our pets to a clinic, right? Again, very knowledgeable idea coming from George Heath. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Thank you, sir. This time, we are going to venture into talking about women and women empowerment. And I know that she has really prepared for this, and I know how excited she is in having this opportunity. She is the author of the book, A Better I, When a Woman Loves God. Our author was born in a small rural town in South Carolina and presently lives in Clearwater, Florida. And she was educated in the public school system of Calhoun County. And after graduation, she attended South Carolina State University in Orangeburg and received a degree in elementary education and master's degree in counseling education. And after graduation, she moved to Clearwater and taught fifth grade for 3 years and became a school counselor at the middle school level for 33 years in Pinellas County. And in winter of 2005, she received a master's degree in educational leadership, and in 2017, a doctorate degree in education. Now, her book, A Better I, When a Woman Loves God, women throughout the centuries have endured many challenges along their journey from equal rights of women to women valuing themselves. And women's successes and failures along their journey can influence individuals and society for eternity, back from the Garden of Eden to present. Now, to tell us more about her interesting story, and if you are here also to be empowered, not just when you're a woman, but definitely if you're an advocate also for women's rights. Let's hear it from the author of the book, A Better I, When a Woman Loves God. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Eartha Mims.
Afternoon at this time, it's not morning. Well, I am delighted to be here, and I thank ReadersMagnet for allowing me to have this opportunity to share information about my book, A Better I, When a Woman Loves God. Starting, I thank you for the introduction. I was going to give you a little introduction, but I'm not going to repeat what has been already said about me. At an early age, I gave my life to God, and I tried to live a life that was according to His direction. Sometimes I failed, but I was thankful for the Holy Spirit to guide me back into a direction that was pleasing to Him. After completing my formative years, I attended South Carolina State College, like was mentioned, and after completing South Carolina State College, I came to Clearwater, Florida, and I taught for 3 years, and I became a school counselor. During that time, I came across many young ladies who had struggles. I mean, at the middle school level. At that stage, you're trying to find yourself at the middle school level, what's good and what's not good for you. And many girls struggle. You know, they allow young men to take advantage of them. A lot of them were trying to find themselves in many other aspects. And so I always will counsel them. And it's so funny, God was preparing me at that early age and at that early time, and I had no clue. And as I progressed, I always knew there was something He wanted me to do. And I was afraid to ask the question, what would you have me to do? I said, maybe he wanted me to give all my things away, go to a foreign country. And I just didn't know he was going to call me to do so. I was really afraid to ask him that question. It took to 2018 for me to finally come to have the courage to ask, what would you have me to do? And I got the answer, write. I said, okay, write an article for a magazine, maybe an article for a newspaper or something of that nature. But I still had that uneasy feeling within me. There's something else. I talked with my mom several years, like 2008 when she passed, before she became ill. I said, there's something else. I have these degrees, but I know it's something else he wants me to do. But sometimes with me, my relationship with God, I always I kind of go back and forth with him. God, thank you for his grace and mercy to tolerate my behavior. Because I said, if I ask him this, I said, at this stage of 60 something, you want me to write? But God is different from the way we see things. He sees things from a different perspective. So I finally surrendered. And I said, yes, whatever you would like to have me to do, I'm willing. And so here I right now with the book he has directed me to write. And before I begin, I have to thank God for my husband who's present. He's over here. And we're blessed with two children, two sons and one daughter. And also a special thanks to my sister-in-law. She's the person that introduced me to my husband, Juan, so thanks for her. I'm going to share certain excerpts from my book. And my book has many different settings. I talk about singleness, marriage, career, empty nest, nutrition and exercise, and counseling. But I will start with singleness, and I'm going to read an excerpt from that. I have to put my glasses on. I struggle with that. It's a fight with me and my glasses also. Single women should avoid all visual stimulation with sexual condensation, such as pictures, movies, television shows. These imageries may trigger unwanted desires that may lead to ungodly living. There are many rules humans create to justify ungodly behavior, such as 3, 10, and a 30-day rule, did rules before becoming sexually involved. God states this regarding sexual relationship as is intended for married individuals. 1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 2. Anything outside of the marriage bedroom is sin and grieves God. Single women are called to live a life that is pleasing to God by keeping their bodies holy, abstaining from sex until marriage. It will be a difficult journey for single sexual active women, but God can sustain them with determination and a willing heart. And I give some scripture to support that also. And as I was writing this particular one, I thought about my life as a single woman. And we can only do these things through the strength of God. And so we have to rely on him on every aspect regarding singleness to live according to what he has called us to live. And as we go into marriage, married women should conduct themselves honorably at all times. She should bring honor to her husband, household, conduct, interactions with others. She is admired for how she shows love towards her family and those in need. She is not self-centered, but opens to hear the direction of her heavenly Father. She will not do anything to hurt or harm her husband or look for his best welfare in all things. In return, her husband loves and respects her. Her husband and children compare her to the virtuous woman in Proverbs 31. A married woman who loves God in words and in deeds strives for these virtues in a marriage. You know, if you read Proverbs 31, they talk about how she prepares early in the morning for her family, all of these things. Wouldn't you want to strive to be that kind of woman? I know that women live, we talk about we will have all rights, but don't you want to nurture your family so they can love you? Say, wow, this person really loves us. This person really values us. You know, even out in the community, people can see the love of Christ in you, and they want to connect, you know, with you because of that love you give to them. And they can feel that love. And I even talk about when I even in the classroom or when I became a school counselor. I couldn't talk about Christ, but I always showed that love and compassion towards the children I came in contact with them. Parents, teachers, whomever. I showed the love. Even when they did things I felt was contrary to the word, I still didn't condemn them because that's Christ. He didn't condemn. He continued to show people love and compassion. And those are the things that help people to be a better person, to be a better individual. As we move on to careers, we are the light of the world in our careers. When placed in a difficult situation and a supervisor indirectly persuading you to think like the world, what do? Do you know the company policies? You know you may please your supervisor by agreeing and not violating policies. Do you just provide enough information to the consumer and selectively leave out other options? You know the customer does not have the knowledge or the support from others to know the total truth. God expects his children to exhibit characteristics that glorifies him. You know, and we have an advantage. I heard the gentleman before me talking about working in that industry with pets. He had an option. He had an option, and he used the best option he had. He told the parent, told the patients, the people, don't do that. That's love. That's love for people and the people you're coming in contact with. And that's what we are expected to do. But the world said, no, it's all about that dollar bill, making us look good as a company. But God says, no, I show you love. You show love towards the world also. And our next topic, and it deals with emptiness. I have a 24, 26, and a 28-year-old. And we're at that stage, my husband and I have been empty nest. And I thank God he put this into my life. I just retired February 28th. And he put this book to fulfill that empty part of me because my children are older now. They have their own lives and they're doing certain things. And so this book did that for me. And it's helped me to focus on myself, to become a better person of Christ, you know. And so we have to, as women, when our children, because we gave so much of our times to them when they're younger. And at this stage of the game, they don't need for us to hold out their hands. They need for us to let them fly and become all they can become. And I sort of talk about that in my book. And sometimes we can hinder our children because we still want them to be that infant. We have the final say-so in everything they do. And sometimes our past experiences can hinder them also because we look at our past experiences and push them onto our children. And God doesn't want us to do that. He wants us to let go and let them fly to become strong individuals. I feel like I'm in my counseling group with my students now. I'm talking to you all. So if I forgive me if I feel condescending in any manner, I just feel like I'm in the classroom setting, having a counseling section here with my students. So just forgive me if you feel that I'm doing that. We talked about nutrition and exercise. Women must stop using food for comfort. Look to the Creator for comfort instead. Love the body God has given to you, regardless of what others are saying, and be confident with who you are in Jesus Christ. And so women have to become comfortable in their bodies. We have such a struggle as women. I struggle myself to maintain a certain weight, And writing this book, I struggle, and I'm still struggling, you know. So it's always going to be a struggle for women. And I think after childbearing and as you age, it becomes more difficult for women. But I think exercise and having that relationship with God will help us to overcome a lot of that, you know. And we just got to have to love who we are. We're just going to have to love us. Regardless what others may say about us, we have all these TV programs, all these commercials. So, boy, you do this and you'll be wonderful, outstanding. You have to love you and who you are as an individual. And until you do that, you're not going to have peace. You will not have peace. So love you, regardless how you are. And I don't advocate a size one, because I would never be a size one. And I don't want to be a size one. And then finally about counseling. I've been a counselor for, like I said, for 30 years. And some people feel uncomfortable about counseling, but I think counseling is critical. And we can find many means of receiving that counseling we need. And we have to make sure, is the person doing it out of love for people, or are they doing it for the financial benefit? And so we have to be very careful. Even the people that may say they're Christian counselors, we're just going to have to be very careful. Okay, in the passage it says, Saul in Act 4, verses 4 through 6, was on his way to Damascus to persecute Christians and was changed due to a question asked by the Spirit of Christ. Saul, who later renamed Paul, became a mighty Christian warrior spreading the gospel of Jesus Christ. In Titus 2, 4 through 5, the word instructs older women to counsel young women how to love their family and exhibit Christ-like behavior. Moses heeded to the counsel of his father-in-law Jethro, who was a priest, to divide his workload. Exodus chapter 18, 14 through 24. Ruth listened to the counsel of her mother-in-law Naomi, how to properly engage in a relationship with a man. Ruth chapter 3. There are many events in the Bible where the people of God were given wise counsel by godly people. Women who are followers of Jesus Christ must receive and give wise counsel to advance the kingdom of God. We have to give wise counsel, not the world's view, wise counsel. Because people from the world perspective may make you feel it's all about you. It's not all about us. It's about helping others to become better human beings. And so we have to receive wise counseling. And just because a person is in the church doesn't mean they're going to give you wise counseling. You have to be very careful who you seek counseling from, like I stated before. And in my book, I talk about the different avenues you can receive wise counseling. I also talk about, there was a time in my life I was going through something, and I wanted to seek the counsel of my pastor. I wanted to seek the counsel of my biological brother, who's a pastor, but the Spirit of God said, no, it's between God and I. And I don't push that type of counseling on anyone. You have to know that you know. But I knew deep within what he wanted me to do, but I wanted to do it my way, not his way. But thank God I was obedient and I listened, because the outcome is beautiful. And in conclusion, writing this book is evidence of walking by faith, not by sight. Hebrews 11:1. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. My faith in God required me to trust, believe, obey the path God has prepared for me. Sometime during my quiet time with the Lord, walking in the mornings, the middle of the night, a conversation with others, evoke other chapters or additional information for this book. Like the virtuous woman and Titus woman, we are called to inspire others throughout many dimensions of life, to uplift others, to give hope through Jesus Christ. This ends my session, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Do you have questions for Eartha?
So, what do you think of the role of a wife and a husband? Now, there are many suggestions out there that a woman should lead the others are that the man should lead. So, how do you look at that?
Well, I can say what the Word of God says, and I believe this to be true. A man is the head of the household, and he should lead his family. And if there's a problem, they should sit down, pray about it, and talk about it. He should give the final word for the household.
If there's a discussion between a husband and a wife, and the decision that the wife makes on an issue is the correct one, then I'm assuming that leader of the house, that man, has to go with what she has decided, if it's the correct decision.
I would think so. If he's a godly man, and the Spirit of God is dwelling within him, he's going to be led by the Spirit of God to do that which is right. Because something about the Holy Spirit is within you, the conviction will come. And the man is not always right, and the woman is his helpmate. And a helpmate is to assist her husband. And the world doesn't see it that way anymore. I'm my husband, I assist my husband. He's the leader, and I assist him.
So therefore, if that woman's decision is the right one and that man follows that decision, then they are equal.
They're equal. Yes, they're equal. Ain't no question about
I'm thinking about my big fat Greek wedding when they go, the man is the head. She goes, the man is the head, but the woman is the neck, and the woman can turn the head anyway. So I just have to share that.
What was the turning point for you that made you want to get into counseling, especially within the school system?
I remember being in high school. And I didn't have anyone to assist me. I was the oldest of 5 children. My father was he called himself an 8th grade scholar. My mom finished high school, and I didn't have anyone to really direct me. And I said, I want to be that changing vessel for other children who didn't have that opportunity to have someone to direct them. There were other students who many thought they were the cream of the crop. I don't think I was considered the cream of the crop, but that's okay. Here I'm here today, and thank God for that. So that motivated me to become a counselor. I wanted to direct students and give them hope, regardless of the background.
Thank you.
We have a question from one of our viewers right now, Pauline Adams. What are your suggestions for striking a balance
Between earning money and strengthening one's faith.
Well, earning money and strengthening one's faith. For me, I see this as I would pray and ask God, what would you have me to do? And I know that sometimes women work multiple jobs to take care of their family, but in the end, is it worth it? That's a question. Is it worth it? Working 2 and 3 and 4 jobs, and your children at home, they're old enough to be at home by themselves. Is it worth having that extra dollar and not being at home to give them that physical and emotional support? That's a question you have to pray about and ask God for his direction. Anyone else? Well, thank you. I truly appreciate having the opportunity to be here today, and may God bless each one of you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Eartha Mims. A better eye. And a lot of us can relate to that too. And again, thank you so much for being here. Readers Magnet Book Confab is live on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. I know I can see a lot of questions already in comments in our live stream. You can share it to your friends and relatives so that they can see you. Today is going to be jam-packed. Some of our authors are here also invited to speak, besides the ones that you see here on the walls. And I'm happy that you guys are here today despite of the weather outside. And We haven't gotten out since like for the past 3 hours, so we don't know what's happening outside. I hope it's getting warmer. All right, so we'll take a quick 3-minute break, and then after that, we'll have to hear another inspiring author and her inspirational story about encouraging a friend with our trials. That would be Jamie Pullis-Fry. She was with us during our Confab at San Francisco a few months ago. So let's take a quick 3-minute break, everyone, and we'll be here to listen to Jamie, and then everyone will get a pizza from us. It's going to be like a working lunch for everybody. Thank you so much, and we'll be back in 3 minutes.
We are Reader's Magnet, a team of self-publishing and marketing experts sharing our love of books with the world. We support independent authors in achieving their dreams by helping them publish and promote their stories. You can be one of those independent and aspiring authors. Once you've completed your manuscript, we will work together in editing, illustration, layout design, and typesetting. We will then register your book, distribute and promote your brand and title to your community and even to the world. Publish your book and attract your readers today. Reader's Magnet. We share your story with the world.
Personally have had great success with your company. My books have had great success with your company. And everybody that I talk to that wants to publish a book, I highly recommend Readers, because not only do you do the publishing side, but you have a killer marketing program.
It's been exciting. Met a lot of people of different walks of life. Everyone has been very, very friendly.
This team here is efficient, they're professional, they look great. In fact, they look better than any other publishing company out here. Absolutely.
Every book begins with an idea. A writer with a purpose is driven to start writing a book to be read and loved by thousands and hopefully millions of readers. At ReadersMagnet, we work with authors by providing convenience with our fast and easy process for turning your manuscript into a masterpiece. Full support of our team of professionals working with you in every step of the way. Peace of mind retaining creative control of your book's design and content. Value for your money with our extensive range of easy-to-follow and easy-to-use industry-standard publishing and publicity services. And lastly, the competitive edge with our combined traditional and modern methods to ensure your market accessibility and presence. The publishing team at ReadersMagnet exists to support writers every step of the way in their publishing process, from caring and believing in their work to inspiring them to complete their manuscript, and finally celebrating when they hold the first printed copy of their book. We want all authors to experience that. Publish your book and attract your readers today. ReadersMagnet. We share your story with the world. Call us at 1-800-805-0762 or visit our website at www.readersmagnet.com.
Dodge, palihog ko balik ba? Na face recognition. Na face recognition. Balik cancel. Inaog di na mo kung na.
We are Reader's Magnet, a team of self-publishing and marketing experts sharing our love of books with the world. We support independent authors in achieving their dreams by helping them publish and promote their stories. You can be one of those independent and aspiring authors. Once you've completed your manuscript, we will work together in editing, illustration, layout design, and typesetting. We will then register your book, distribute and promote your brand and title to your community and even to the world. Publish your book and attract your readers today. Reader's Magnet. We share your story with the world.
I know that was the quickest break you've ever had. That was even longer than 3 minutes, but thank you so much for staying and for being here with us. Now we'll proceed to the next speaker for today. She was with us, like I've said, she was with us in San Francisco during our confab there a few months ago. And her stories are very interesting. I believe she has 3 books she's already written, and is currently definitely will be publishing more. But our next author is a faithful member of Lancaster Baptist Church of Lancaster, California. And she likes to serve and volunteer in various areas of church. And she served in a coffee shop and bookstore for West Coast Baptist College and sing the choir at the church. Maybe she could give us some sample later. Plus, was a captain of ladies' bus for 5 years. The first book, that's her first book, Encouraging a Friend with Our Trials. And the second book is Servant's Heart, from the voice of a volunteer. And the third book is The Widow's Cry, with a helpful tool for widow ministries. And she hopes that encouraging a friend with our trials, that God's reason for trials might lead us to the right response. To know more about the author and her 3 books, Encouraging a Friend with Our Trials, Servant's Heart, From the Voice of a Volunteer, and A Widow's Cry, let's hear it from the author herself. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you, Jamie Pulas Fry. A round of applause.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me here today, you guys. As he said, let me put this down. These are all 3 of my books. First one is white, second one is green, and the last one is darker green. Now, encouraging a friend happened because of an accident that happened to me. So this book is about having a trial in the middle of a trial. The favorite part of this book for me is a strawberry and peanut butter jelly sandwich. Okay, I know it sounds silly. I'm going to read it to you, and I'm going to give you a little bit of an introduction. This is, so you know, this is my family. That one over there in all blue is my husband, and I'm a widow of 30 years. Okay. Now let's see. This book has, there's 9 chapters. Life at this time, car accident, hospital room, patients, peanut butter and jelly sandwich, God's image, special people, serving in pain and being a blessing to others. Okay? Those are what's in here. Now, the introduction says, do trials matter? Yes, our trials have a reason. There are so many questions we ask ourselves during the trial. One of them is that most of us ask is, why does God let us happen to us
and allow us to go through these difficult times and trying, painful times in our lives. We notice that God is always all powerful and could stop these trials if he could choose to. Yet most of the time he does not. Remember, we have to go through these trials to teach us something. We always learn something from them. Therefore, there must be some reason for them, some godly reason for not sparing us through these hardships. Once we begin to understand God's reasons in our lives for these things, we will be able to stand strong through any storm of life. The reason I chose to write out one of my trials in life was to encourage someone that did not know they needed help in their own trial of pain at that time. They were not willing to listen at the time, so I started my short story for theirs, for others, you know, for some teaching at my church and research in my Bible. I have learned that once we understand the source with knowledge and wisdom, it gives us the reason and the purpose for the trials. Wisdom helps us to question the heart of God by asking, Lord, why have you allowed this? What would you have me learn from this? Some people think asking God for help is wrong and are uncomfortable with the idea of asking God why. God is our Heavenly Father, and just like our earthly Father, He wishes us to ask questions. The fact is, we need to ask Him why certain trials happen, because we want to extract as much good from our suffering as we can. First, God gives us trials in order to test our faith. This can be shown in many verses in the Bible, like 1 Peter 1:7, and I use the King James Version, okay? This trial of your life, the trial of your faith being much more precious than gold that proceeds through it, we try with fire and might. Be found unto precious and honor and glory at the appearance of Jesus Christ. The purpose of these troubles is to test your faith at fire's test how genuine gold is. Your faith is more precious than gold, and by passing the test, it gives pressure, glory, praise, glory, and honor to God. God's Word's translation in 1995. God is trying to use to give us faith so we can prove His strength. Second, God gives us trials in order to test our devotion to Jesus Christ. True devotion demands that we follow Jesus faithfully no matter what we are going through. We still need to obey Jesus even when we do not understand what is going on. Third, God gives us trials in order to cleanse our lives. Trials have a way of pushing things to the surface, brings hidden sins and bad habits out. We must look at them to become that mature Christian that God wants us to be. Fourth, our trials give God that time to show us His sustaining power for His people during tough times. Now is when we can show your great testimony to unbelievers who may see you going through a very difficult situation while still maintaining the peace of the Holy Spirit. It's hard, you guys. Please, it's hard sometimes. Faith and main reason for fifth, the main reason for God giving us our trials is to have a Christian-like character within us. Our trials show us that we cannot live apart from God. Having a Christian life is not about being good, but Jesus Christ lived with and through each and every one of us. We need to surrender to His will so we can react better to stress, trials, suffering, so He lives through our lives. I will tell you, sometimes it's not easy here in San Diego. When you don't live here, oh my Lord, these freeways, these streets, I get lost, turned around, oh my gosh. So I needed a lot of strength yesterday, I will tell you that. And stress, oh boy. You can ask my sister. But we got through it. Finally, trials give us equipment through God to serve others. Now, 2 Corinthians 1:4 shows us that very clearly. But 1 Corinthians 10:13 says, "No temptations has overtaken you that is not common to man. God is faithful, and he will not let you be tempted beyond your ability. But with the temptation, he will also provide the way of escape, that you may be able to endure it. So God does this to make sure more usefully in helping others." So a lot of times you learn a trial, you go through something, and guess what? Somebody else is going through that same trial. And because you've been through it, you actually get to help them and calm them down and tell them it's going to be okay. You know, my accident, I went through it. I had a friend that was going through the same thing. And I was able to help them get through that. And they looked at me like, "Oh, you've been that way? This already happened to you?" I'm like, "Yeah, it happens, you guys." That's why God gives you these trials. It's to help you to encourage friends. Get it? Okay? So when we fully understand and see that someone else is going through pain, we will be able to reach out to them where someone else may not be able to. This is just knowing firsthand what the person is going through. If we have been through the same issue ourselves, then we can have understanding of what that hurting person is going through and what they may need at the time of the trial. Now, I promised you I'd read my favorite story here in this chapter, in this book, okay? Now, I do not like grape jelly. I like strawberry, and that's because my mother spoiled me. We had grapes and grapevines at home, so she made grape from scratch. I'm spoiled because there's no dye in it. There's no dye in the kind that she makes. When you buy it in the store, there's dye in it, and I can taste it. So that's why I don't like grape, and I love strawberry, okay? Okay, so I start out with Psalms 31, 1 through 3, and 24. "In you, O Lord, I put my trust. Let me never be ashamed. Deliver me in your righteousness. Bow down your ear to me. Deliver me speedily. Be my rock of refuge and fortress of defense to save me. For you are my rock and my fortress. Therefore, your name's sake, lead me and guide me." Here we go. "One day my father left me alone in the house." Well, I guess I should tell you what accident I had, huh? That might help a little bit. I was driving down the freeway, Avenue S and 14. My car was vibrating. I moved over. I don't know if I hit the car, if they hit me, but I flew off the side of the freeway and rolled. Thank God that fence was there. Otherwise, I would have rolled down all the way to the end of the street, you know. But the fence stopped me, so I rolled only a couple times. I was hanging upside down from my seatbelt. Okay, hit my head. Got to the hospital, find out I had spider veins or spider cracks in my pelvis. So for months, for about 6 weeks, I could not walk, okay? My husband was in the hospital with rejection. He was a lung transplant recipient, so he was having rejection. So I had come home from there, from visiting him in Beverly Hills, and I live in Lancaster, okay? And so what happened was I had the accident. They took me to the hospital. I couldn't go home because there was no one to take care of me, so I had to go to my parents' house. And that was the hardest part. Oh, now I have to go home and they have to take care of me. And here I'm in my 40s, you know, you don't need parents taking you. You know, but we need those things. I love them, I miss them. My mom she passed away 2 years ago this month. My father passed away 10 years this month. My husband passed away 30 years this month. August is, yes, an interesting month, okay, for me. But so that's what happened, and this is the trial within a trial. I'm here at my parents' house, not able to move my leg or do anything, okay? So one day, my father left me alone in the house. I was sleeping, and he thought he had time to get something done, and I went to find all myself for a few hours, you know, by myself. Well, I woke up and was very hungry. My bedroom is at one side of the house, and the kitchen is on the other side of the house. So so I got up from bed and lifted myself up to the dresser. I reached out to the bookcase with stuffed animals on top of it dragging the dead leg behind me. I got to the end of the bookcase and reached for the bedroom door handle, pulled my body to the door frame. Next, I reached out to the living room door frame and pulled myself out to the hallway bedroom door frame. Then I put myself to my father's accordion desk in the dining room. I'm taking a journey. I get to the dining room and I had a dilemma. Should I take the china cabinet or the dining room table next to the, what a tackle, you guys. I chose the dining room table and pulled myself to the end of the long table and worked my way over to the china cabinet. I got to the end of the china cabinet, which put me in a hard place. Let's go to the next page. There's pictures in here too, so you can understand what it looks like, okay? The next thing I needed to get to was the piano, which was 10 feet away. When you're not walking, 10 feet feels like a long distance, you guys. It can take 20 minutes just to get there, okay? So I chose to reach up and hold on to the hallway doorway frame and pull myself up. I'm talking up here, you guys. Above to pull myself to the piano. This is in the hallway that leads to my bedroom, my parents' bedroom and bathroom. I was almost to the kitchen, pulling my body to the half wall and beam that divides the dining room and the kitchen. I got to the kitchen table and pulled myself up tall to reach out to the cabinet that holds the bread box, the silverware and the peanut butter. I still needed to pull my body over to the refrigerator around the corner for the jelly, strawberry, not grape. I made my strawberry peanut butter and jelly sandwich. This sandwich tasted like prime rib with mashed potatoes, gravy, and strawberry shortcake all in one. So yummy. Guess how long that sandwich took me to make? Guess. Does anybody have any idea? Well, I'll let you know. It took me 2 hours to get there and back to my bedroom. I told you it took me 20 minutes just to get to the one section. When you have a dead, it just takes longer. I remember when I was in the hospital, the nurse didn't tell me what was going on at first, right? So my father's standing over there in the corner by the door, and it's a really small bedroom, right? Bedroom or hospital room. And so basically what I did, she says, okay, walk to the door. I went, my leg is dead. She said, oh, you didn't break it. You just bruised everything. I went, okay, fine. So she said, I need you to walk to the door. So I got out of the bed and I walked to the door. It took me 10 feet, you guys. It took me 20 minutes just to get to the door because I couldn't move. And so if you haven't been through those experiences, this is what you have to learn. So you understand what other people are going through when they go through these kinds of trials. You have to have patience, you have to have understanding, and you have to encourage them. Even though, like I had to encourage myself, look at that. It was prime rib, you guys. It was just a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Okay, it took me 2 hours to get there and back to my room. What I'm trying to say is that I did not give up. Have that kind of focus for everything you do in your life. The Lord gave me a purpose that day and every day in the future. I was put on this earth for a reason, and that was to help other people around me. That is why when my Bible teacher gave me a spiritual gift test, it took a few years ago, I noticed that I was very high in just about everything, but the highest was being an encourager. And that's just how it is. We've learned what it is. And there's 5 reasons, for people to, that you can teach. This is a teaching book to help people. Now we have a servant's heart from the voice of a volunteer. This one I love basically because I get to help people. God gave me that gift. Here are some of the reasons here. Being a faithful, willing to learn something new, being a servant, being helpful, working with young people, working with older people. There is a difference, okay? Showing no favoritism. In the Bible, it says God does not give favoritism. I serve with college students at West Coast Baptist College, okay? And they think it's okay to ask for more food from their college students. That's why we have adult people from the college or from the church that actually volunteer. Because, well, you don't want to sit there and make that other college student feel uncomfortable because they're asking for more food. Me, as a volunteer, I know how much I have to give. I have to make sure there's enough left over for myself and all the other volunteers, as well as for the choir and the orchestra. They have a second period after lunch, and there's always people coming in and taking the dessert as they come in and as they go out. And then there isn't enough dessert. I know, you guys, I'm being petty here, but guess what? They paid for this food, okay? We have dorms there, we have a student life center, which has a kitchen, and they paid for this food. And they deserve to have it just like anybody else. So as a volunteer, it's my responsibility to make sure everybody gets their food. Okay, and so that's why no favoritism, okay? But God says not to. And then learning to ask questions. We have a thing where when I serve on different days, and we had 2 chefs, they all want things different. They all want to put something out at a different time and a different place. The condiments and all that kind of stuff. And they want the food in a different place. I remember one experience where the boss had to come to all the volunteers because they had changed how they set up the food. You know, if you've ever been to a place that they come in little tubs and stuff, and we have to serve them. Well, we were making a meal and they wanted us, we normally put it at the beginning, here at the beginning, a certain portion of it, and they put it at the end instead of at the beginning. And so the volunteers decided they wanted to move it. And the guy came in and said, there's a reason why we moved it. You give too much food. They do. So they had to figure out a way to stop it. And because even volunteers, they want to give and they want to give. We do. But you have to watch what you're doing because you're affecting other people. So when we're doing that, and so there's Bible verses in here, there's poems. Here's a poem here. 12 ingredients for an encourager. We edify one another, encourage, author, honor others, be a peacemaker, help, weak, be patient, do good, rejoice, pray, give thanks, obey the Holy Spirit, abstain from wrong appearance. Okay, so that's one of the poems. We also have, so saying no is probably the hardest thing. To me, saying no is like somebody asking me to do something. And it's a hard thing to do. But you have to learn what your capabilities are at that time. Oh, I have done it before. It's going to be a problem. Well, if you're having back problems or feet problems or whatever today, you just don't have the strength to go out, you've hurt yourself or whatever, well, then you have to learn to say no sometimes. We can't always be our best at all times. So those are some of the verses here. Let's see. Being faithful. This is something God is always faithful. We have problems with that. As a volunteer, I have begun to understand what it means to be faithful. It's like what a church may have to have up in the kids' school wall saying WWJD. It means what would Jesus do? So that's what WWJD means. It means what would Jesus do? So think what Jesus would do in a situation. What would Jesus as a volunteer do and say throughout the day to make him happy? What would you do to make somebody else happy around you? Think about others, not just yourself. I've learned to go to church and leave all my misery and all my suffering and all my stuff going on at home at the door. So when I'm at church, it's about listening to that message from that sermon in front of you and finding out what it is that you're going through. And if they ask you to pray about it, if they ask you to go up and give it to God, do. Because sometimes you need to release that stress. I mean, you don't have to tell people. God already knows. You just need to give it to him. And he'll help you through that. So what faithful means to me, showing up on time on the days you promised to be there. Do the things that they show you and more. Do the extra mile. Follow the rules from the boss of that day, because it could be different from each one. Every supervisor, every day, or even in different persons, they like to set up things differently. If you cannot come, let them know in advance so they can get someone else to cover for you. There are times that you may have to do everything by yourself. Do it with joy on your face and in your heart. If you have questions, always ask. I always do. And sometimes they move things on you. So always, don't just expect everything to be the same. Even though like me, I've probably done it 15 years now. It's never the same. Every day is different. I get a different supervisor each time I come and serve. So just don't expect it. People, learn something new we're learning something new every time we serve. And that's something, and in different environments, I've been asked to lead. Somebody's asked me actually to, instead of just volunteering, which, always somebody telling me what to do. I had somebody actually ask me to get girls and ladies together to do something. So I had to find, oh my gosh, what church can I find to help me? And you find the ones that encourage you, the ones that help you, that want to do things with you. And that's how you pick people. And those people all volunteered and they came in and helped me and it ran smoothly. And somebody asked me at another place, what do you do when you're a leader? Well, as a leader, we never do anything by ourselves. If it's not just God helping you, there's always somebody instructing you. Even at my church, I've been asked to do this, but there's always someone there to guide me. If you have a question, please never be ashamed to ask. As they say, there's never a stupid question, maybe a stupid answer, but never a stupid question, right? So always ask, because you never know. That person may not know the answer, and then they'll ask you, and they'll try to go find out for you. So you just realize something. Wow, that person didn't know, and it's something that needs to be known. So that's what's going on there for that book. Now we got A Widow's Cry. This one is a tool ministry. This one is helping widows, which I am, and it's been 30 years. So here are some of the chapters. For prayer, for visits, for phone calls, for grief counseling, widow support group, encouraging books to read, websites to check out, financial help, church help. I still encourage everybody to go to your church because there's great counsel there, because we do have financial help there at ours. And I just gave some support for people here. When we go visit, or we do prayer, when we do visits, and everybody's kind of afraid to go see a widow a lot of times because they don't understand what to say or what to do. As a widow, I've learned and researched one thing we all say, and it's probably something we should never say. Oh, I'm so sorry for your loss. And they're all looking at you like, what did I lose? I'm always going to remember that person. They're always part of my heart. I love them and I always will. I still remember my dad, and it's been over 10 years. I love my mother, it's been 2 years. I even love my dog, and it's only been 3 months. So you guys have to understand something. Everybody looks at it differently when we have a loss, okay? And it's a different level. It could be a husband, a wife, it could be a child, it could be of different ages. So the best thing for you to say to somebody in that case, don't say, I'm sorry for your loss. Say, enjoy the good times. Remember the good times. Experience it. Do some of the things that they like to do that you did with those people. Remember them. They are always going to be there for you. You just have to, and God is always there for you through any of it. So let's see. Introduction. Do widows matter? Yes, they do matter. Although you may not understand or are afraid of a widow's, there are 4 overreaching benefits that you will receive or learn from helping a widow. 1, there are around about 27 verses in the Bible that tell us about that it matters. The Bible is a great resource for teaching us to understand and not to be afraid of widows. A widow will understand about prayer in time because they end up being a prayer warrior in the future, which I am. I pray for everything and everyone. My prayer life can take 2 hours sometimes. Okay? There's a lot to pray for. And I'm talking government and our churches and family and friends and Bible class, everybody. You know, there's so much out that you can pray for. Prayer is not just about yourself. You know, but and prayer is also, I have to remember I have a salvation. I'm here. I'm because of God. You know, and He's encouraging me every single day. Okay, let's see. Be helpful to a widow. You are giving her your time. By giving freely of your time, you know that you are making a positive difference in lives of others. 3, visiting a widow is great because when you give them the honor they deserve, you will find out that we can learn so many things from them. When you go see a widow, don't ever expect to be there just for 15 minutes. You might be there an hour because they have no one to talk to. They may want to give you food. They want to show you pictures. They might want to talk to you about something because they don't have anybody to be there anymore. You know, so when you walk into a widow's house, remember, you're there for them, not for yourself. You didn't just go there to do something for church, okay? Okay, when you spend time helping a widow, you actually draw closer to God. You feel more connected to Jesus and His teachings and the way of life that he practices and advocates. The more you read this book, the more you will show you the many reasons that Jesus taught the widows matter. 4, a widow will be a great servant if she maintains her joy of life through commitment, personal ministry, readiness to be there, and loving helps address the speed bumps or barriers along the way. When you visit or make phone calls to widows, you are not only encouraging or enriching their lives, but you're also growing personally, spiritually, and socially. You learn more about the widows and their ways, and you also develop self-confidence and self-esteem, characteristics that help you no matter where you are. Okay, let's see. Helping a widow is a great honor for many reasons. One, being a helper or volunteer statistically for the practice of unselfish concerns for the welfare of that widow. Another would be going out of your way to aid a stranger. A third reason would be just to help someone without expecting anything in return, you guys. That's really what it's about. Volunteering, serving, anything is about doing something and not expecting anything in return, not even a smile. Sometimes they are so upset, so bitter, so hurting, some of them at the beginning, they don't even hear anything you say. So just understand you're there just for them at whatever moment they need you, okay? A widow helper or church widow volunteer definition. Ministry helpers or church widow volunteer, including pastors, staff, teachers, with their students if the church has a school. There's deacons and their wives and numerous other adults with children, both singles and couples, college students with a car if the church has a college, all with a heart to minister to these special ladies who have so much to give. Please look at some of the ideas that I have put in this book about making you a better minister, helper, or church widow volunteer. I hope they help you to be the best ministry helper or church widow volunteer you can be and care for others from your heart. I hope that helps a little bit. If anybody has any questions, I think I probably did my time.
Do you have questions for Jamie?
Oh my. Process my grief. My church has always encouraged me. It sounds silly, even when you lose a dog. They understand. Because a dog is special. And so this is my recent grief. That's why I'm saying. There's 2 years, my dog was just 3 months ago. Okay. So when you walk in the door, you expect the dog to be at the door. when you're watching TV, you look over and you expect the dog to be sitting on the couch. These are just things that happen. And that's the same thing with any kind of grief. It's missing that person or that dog or that father or mother or whoever it is. And that's where the bitterness comes, because they're not used to the change. They're not used to missing that person yet. So those first couple months are very, very hard for a widow, okay? Some of them even for years, and even some for men. Some of them, they take forever to let go of the bitterness. That's from an experience I heard from another widow man, okay, a widower, okay? I don't know for sure, but that's what he told me. Okay, but some of us, we just hold on to it, especially if it's been 50 years and you're so used to them being there all the time. And I noticed, because my mother, when my father passed, the smell, the hats, the shirts, the clothes, you know, all that. They really, you see it on TV, but it's the truth. They miss the smell, you know, the aroma of them being there, you know. You miss them, they're not there in the bed anymore. They're not there for you to cook or clean after or any of that stuff. All those special things. And it's like, now what do I do for me? Well, guess what? You go out there and you try to find a church, or if you're not already going to one, go somewhere to serve and volunteer, to give that idle time to someone, because you are already a volunteer. You are already a servant's person, because you just took care of your husband or your dog. So you need to use that time to go out and help somebody. Don't just stay in the house and hide, okay, which most of us do when it happens. But as a church member, it's my responsibility to go out and reach to them and say hi to them and encourage them. So any other questions? Yes.
We talked about trials and how we go through things. You talked about trials and how we go through trials to help others. Why do you think people resist trials?
Oh, fear, of course. And we're not supposed to have fear, right? We all resist them because I don't like to get lost. That is one of my worst fears. But I have to breathe, and I have to pull over, relax, whatever. Get it out of my system, cry, scream, whatever, and go forward. But we all have to, whatever it is that your fear is, pray about it, give it to God, and let it go. It's always going to come back, don't get me wrong. And we're not supposed to pray about things and give it to God, but we do. We always take it back. Women do it all the time. It's our bad habit, okay? But still give it back to God, even though you took it back, because He knows everything. He knows your fears. He knows all your hopes, all your prayers, everything that you want ahead of time. But He still wants to hear from you, just like your fathers, your earthly fathers does. He wants you to go to Him and ask, just like you would for your dad. He wants you to ask. He knows everything, but He wants to see how important it is to you before He gives it to you. Okay? Any other questions?
We have a question from Chloe Lopez. What's the most important thing to do before starting a widow's ministry?
Oh my. Well, get a list of things that are important to you. Get together with your church. We already have a widow's ministry at my church. And this book gives a lot of the information to help them. But most of us, what we do is we get together as a Bible class. We go out and go for visits, and to prepare yourself, it explains in here how to prepare yourself. There's poems, there's things that you can do over the phone and give them, you know. If you're a person that doesn't like to write cards, then do it over the phone. If you're a person that can't go visit because you just can't walk, whatever it is. So there's different reasons why we do certain things, but you need to get together. A widow's ministry is usually through a church. That's usually how it works. And you need to find out what they have and what they're doing at your church. Or, you know, you go to the pastor and then he directs you to the person that's handling that. And that's usually what you do, in my experience. Widow's ministry, you really can't start yourself without having a deacon, backing that, and usually that's a person from church. And so those are things that, and like I said, there's financial help you can get at church as well as in here. There's a list of videos and poems and different things that you can use to help people. Okay? Anything else?
All right, thank you so much. A little round of applause for James Fry, the author of Encouraging a Friend with Our Trials. Thank you so much. Jamie doesn't need a cue card. She knows what she's doing. Thank you so much. All right, this time, before we take another author, actually it's supposed to be Cynthia Chase would be here today, but she can't make it because of the storm. But she still is with us because she can make it through virtual a book talk, and she is right at her house, and she'll be available later on. But this time, let's listen to our partner organization who has invited today to speak to us also, and to our viewers out there about their organization. And we're so proud to have been part of the team for the past months. And their mission is to improve community equity with free services to San Diego's most vulnerable, help house the homeless neighbors and academically advanced low-income students, and lifting all to their potentials. And our speaker today, who's representing Uplift San Diego, is the program's director of Uplift, and she has a master's degree in social work and has been working in social services for about 10 years. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the representative of Uplift San Diego, Victoria Duman. A round of applause.
Hello, everyone. My name is Victoria Duman. I just want to thank Readers Magnet for inviting us. I'm not sure how much time I have here, but it's been so nice to meet a few of you today. We have a table of information out in this lobby area. And Uplift, a little bit about our organization is that we are a local nonprofit. We're a small grassroots organization that primarily has served the downtown San Diego community since 1987. We have been providing student services and homeless services to low-income families. Adolescent women. And then we have 2 homeless services programs, one that focuses on basic needs, making sure everyone has their essential documents to get housing. And we also have a volunteer-based social support program for individuals experiencing homelessness and kind of helping with the housing search and housing stabilization process. Like I said, we started in 1987. One of our programs was the Kids at Heart program, providing after-school tutoring. And our other program that we've had since 1987 is our Triple Cross program that does help people with documentation. So we've been partnering with the DMV and making sure everybody has a California ID card for decades now. And so it's been exciting to expand our programming for these 2 populations that we find very important, especially in San Diego, where we have, just a lot of development and growth, which is really exciting, but kind of making sure that everyone else in the community is taken care of as well. Yeah. Does anyone have any questions for me? I really appreciate it. We just want to say thank you to all of the authors that are here. We are just really passionate about reading literacy, making sure that every story is told, understanding that, without your news stories contributing, that you can only inspire new minds with the new stories that you tell. We love the classics, but we always love the new perspectives. And try to just broaden the horizons of all of the low-income families that we see. So yeah, that's just a little bit about Uplift. If anyone has any questions, I'll be at this table. Yes.
During this entire session, there's been a theme, a theme of kindness and love throughout all of our presenters. And to finish off with you, for what you do and your organization does just for mankind, I just want to tip my hat to you, because it's so much need out there. And I just want to say thank you for what you're doing. For
Yes, likewise. We would not be here without you all, and we appreciate it too. Like I said, the stories that you tell are so inspiring. Like I said, we're a nonprofit. We get a lot of hand-me-downs and donations that we try to, but that, like we get a lot of used books, but we always tell our families and our students that no matter how it looks on the outside, it's still good reading. And it, like the words on the page will just, never change, and everybody can take something from every story that they read. Whether they, read it now, whether they don't pick it up for years, we always encourage a book in the house. So yeah, we just appreciate everybody here. We appreciate ReadersMagnet for bringing us out here, and just really getting to see the work that you all do, reading and listening to the authors firsthand. It's the type of things that we want to inspire in the kids that we tutor. So thank you so much.
Victoria, definitely, besides myself, most of our authors here are also interested to know your upcoming events that you can invite us to go to.
Okay, yes. So some of you may be local, but we all invite you to our Step Up for Equity Mixer happening on September 12th. That is just a donor and volunteer appreciation event. Uplift is a very small staff, and so we rely on our volunteers, any in-kind donations for any books. We just did a backpack giveaway in preparation for the next school year. So, however you want to get involved and join our Uplift community, we would greatly appreciate it. Or just spreading the word of, the services that we provide to any families that need it. But yes, I have flyers for our mixer that we are having on September 12th, which I believe is a Thursday or a Tuesday. And we invite everyone to attend if you can make it. So I'm sure the weather will be better that weekend or that week. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. A round of applause for Victoria Dumont, representing Uplift San Diego. Thank you. We are so elated to be part of Uplift just this year, and we also connected with another organization which you will be hearing later on, which is adjoined in San Diego too. This is just something that's giving us the opportunity to really have a purposeful organization, not just to work with our authors and facilitate them in a book confab or in a book talk or in a book event such as book fairs or book signings, but to really connect with the community and be able to serve where ReadersMagnet is born, which is here in San Diego. So I'm just so proud about that. Why don't we give it to ReadersMagnet? Thank you so much. Now, at this juncture, just like what I said earlier, she was supposed to be here to give us her time. She was with us yesterday. She's had a very successful book signing, I believe. That was really a successful one. And her story was about meditation. And she just want to make sure that all of us would have to have an access to her copy. And by the way, I'll speak to Victoria later on because this author that we have just really spoke to me yesterday. She's willing to give all her proceeds to whatever book sales that she'll have, to a partner organization. And it's just a perfect timing. And I told her about Uplift and a Join. And I'll definitely talk to you about it. She'll be able to speak to us. Hopefully she's with us right now. Definitely she's with us right now. She's listening. And I'll introduce her to everyone. She's the author of the book From Stressed to Blessed and 5 Simple Steps to Learn Meditation and Change Your Life. And by the way, for everyone who's here, the live audience, while we're listening to Cynthia virtually, everyone will have a slice of pizza. Yeah, 2 or 3, or a box perhaps if you want. Some coffee, a wine, we have biscuits and more. They'll be given to us by Kathy. If you don't want to go out, you just definitely can stay here. We're listening to our next speaker. Now moving back to Cynthia, she's the author of From Stress to Blessed, 5 Simple Steps to Learn Meditation and Change Your Life. And she was born and raised in the majestic Blue Ridge Mountains of North Carolina. I believe Eartha was also from North Carolina, if I'm not mistaken. That was South Carolina, sorry. Now, after graduating from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, with a degree in political science, she moved to North Lake Tahoe in California. And she holds a master's degree in counseling psychology with emphasis in depth psychology from Pacifica Graduate Institute in Santa Barbara, California, and obtained a certification in clinical and medical hypnotherapy. This is interesting. Hypnotherapy, and she opened a practice in which she specialized working with surgical patients. Now, following her attendance at Michael Mammoth's School for Healing and Enlightenment in San Diego, she expanded her work with clients to include a variety of healing practices. And in addition, Cynthia served as a ski minister on the slopes and ministered with a wedding chapel in North Lake Tahoe. Cynthia and her husband, Robert, lived in the Gold Country of North California, and they both delight in the joy of spending time with their 5 adult children and their spouses and significant others, and their 8 precious grandkids. Ladies and gentlemen, to the live audience, this time we're going to be the virtual audience, to our next speaker of the book, From Stress to Blessed. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Cynthia Chase. A round of applause.
Hello to all of you beautiful people there, and thank you for joining today. I wish I could be there with you, but because of circumstances, I needed to come home, and I got home about 3 in the morning last night after finding flights and with the weather and so on and so forth. But I'm very happy to be here, and yesterday was just phenomenal with Reader's Magnet and San Diego, at the University of San Diego. What a great opportunity to meet people, to get to know them, to let them know my thoughts on meditation. And I'm hoping that someday you all will write a book, every one of you, and you can be there and do the same. James, you said a lot of the things I was going to say in the beginning here. One thing I'd like to reiterate is that coming from the Western North Carolina mountains, known as the Blue Ridge Mountains, and also as the Great Smoky Mountains and the Appalachian Mountains. I have no idea why so many, but it's just a beautiful area. In the springtime, the sides of the mountains are covered with pink and white dogwood flowers. It's like a carpet on the sides of the mountains. And then in the fall, the same trees are covered with red and green and orange leaves. And it's just a beautiful rendering of artistic work. If you ever have a chance to go there at any time, really, but especially this spring or the fall, you'll see what I'm talking about. Very special place to me. As James said, following graduation, I went out to California, where I still am, to North Lake Tahoe, and I have my degree in political science, a master's in counseling psychology with emphasis in depth psychology, which is a study of our inner being, of our spiritual self, and of the likeness that we have to all people, because we are all one. Perhaps some of you are familiar with this idea. closely based on Jungian philosophy is what this is. And I super enjoyed working with people with my clinical and medical hypnotherapy certificate. At first, I just worked on the usual things people would come to me to see about stopping smoking, losing weight. And then I had the opportunity to learn to work with people who were headed into surgery. And it was a great opportunity to teach people how they could be in charge of their own bodies as they went into their surgery. And doctors called me and would say, "What did you do before they came in? There wasn't any blood at the site of their wound." So I shared with them. And I really enjoyed this because it gave more power to the patient, and they felt that they were in control, didn't need as much anesthesia, as much, well, definitely anesthesia in most places, in most cases, but shorter rehab time, less medication, just a better sense of well-being overall. So I used healing methods also that I learned at Michael Mamas' School for Healing in San Diego. This was many years ago. And I went on to use prayer, actually, as a means of hands-on healing. And I find that to be the most significant for me. In addition to that, I received my meditation certificate from the Self-Awareness Institute in Laguna Beach, California. And I've studied with, gosh, just some wonderful people. I've studied with spiritual healer Eckhart Tolle. You might well be familiar with his name and his teachings. And they are a real stronghold for who I am and what I like to help people with as well. I've studied with a Native American healer. Her name is Two Bears, and a healing evangelist, Tim Story. That was great. And that's how I knew that part of my healing practices would be healing with prayer. And then I had a number of meditation teachers I super appreciated, Robert Ayers and Stephen Sadlier, and many more. So I appreciate any and every teacher that I've had in my past who have given me what I use today. And it always feels good to learn new things. You all probably recognize that too in your lives when something new comes into it. I served as a ski minister, as Jean said, in the slopes of North Lake Tahoe. And not only was that helpful to people, but it was fun for me to talk with people and share some words and just enjoy the beautiful snow there. And then I also was a wedding minister with the North Lake Tahoe Wedding Chapel. And that was a fun thing because it was always a very high-powered, positive experience. I am a member of a group called Celebrating Life Ministries, and I have been with them now for about 23 years. And it gives me another support and stronghold for my spiritual life. In addition to that, I enjoy volunteering for different opportunities in my community, as many of you do, I'm sure, too. My husband and I live in the gold country in Northern California. No, we have not yet found any gold on our property, but we sure hope to someday, maybe when we retire. And we do enjoy spending time with our 5 adult kids. We have 4 sons and a daughter, all of them married. We have 8 wonderful grandkids who wear me out. We've had them for different weekends over the summer, and it's been just so much fun with them. But I'm not used to having them around all the time. It's all good. I became interested in meditation as a graduate student. I was faced with many challenges at the time. I felt I was at a real crossroads in my life. I was a single parent of 4 young kids. I was in grad school, and I'd been recently divorced. And that was tough. In a conversation one day at lunch with a grad school student, I learned about meditation. She told me about it. So I thought, oh, that's great. I'm going to follow up on that when I get home. I was curious. So I did. I went back home to North Lake Tahoe and checked out people who taught meditation. I found a teacher who was very well-traveled, well-versed, and an excellent meditation teacher. From the very first class that I took from him, I knew that this was going to be what would soothe my soul. And I have used it now for about 30 years. And it was morning and evening for many years. And as life has changed, I've adapted to that. But even if you meditate 1 time, 2 times, you're going to get just a little bit of something really beneficial in your life. The more you meditate, the more you will notice a positive change in your life and how you deal with people, how you deal with stressful situations, what it's like inside of you. So my goal is to introduce as many people as possible to the practice of meditation. And let me just say that I'll go back and say that you might well know about meditation, some of you. I met a lot of people yesterday who already had a practice. I was so happy to hear about that. They took my book anyway and said that they would read it. And I asked them if they would to comment and tell me perhaps what it is they liked about it or what they thought I could change. And, I'm always happy to be open to people's ideas. So research has shown that there are numerous benefits. Let's see, for instance, there's better health, reduced anxiety. That's big in our world right now. And by the way, meditation is worldwide. It's not just centered here in the United States, as you know, it's worldwide. It improves emotional health, reduces stress. It helps with better relationships, increased happiness, improved self-awareness. It improves sleep for you, for those of you who are either in school or work at night and go home and can't sleep, or you can't sleep, period. It will definitely help you. It helps in the fight against addictions, and that's so huge in our country. If more and more people could just change their life by learning meditation, we could change the world. It helps to reduce blood pressure, helps in the prevention of memory loss. That's really big for us seniors. And it improves attention, reduces pain. So it's for every age, not just for adults. And one more thing, it helps with depression. I think all of us have dealt with depression at one time or another in our lives. I invite you to take a look at your own life and see if perhaps consider what you might want to change in your life as you think about it. Take just a few seconds and see if there's an area that perhaps learning to meditate would help you out. Do I differentiate prayer and meditation? So interesting that somebody would ask this question. When I meditate, well, let's start with this. When I pray, I have thoughts going through my mind, and they're intentional. They're not ones that just float through and in and out, but they're intentional prayer. And then when I meditate, in prayer, I speak with God, Source, Christ. I Adonai, Yeshua, whatever it is you want to use. And meditation is known to be the time when we quiet our minds and Source speaks with us. And that's where answers can come from that you might have from your prayers. I have found that to be a notable difference in my life. My intuition has increased incredibly about different situations. And, these are things that you might know about people, but you are intuit about situations and people, but something you learn you never say. But that's something that I have learned. So yes, I do differentiate between prayer and meditation. And I don't meditate before I pray. It's separate for me. But you can do whatever you want. If you want to pray, meditate, same time, whatever works for you. And this question goes on to say, when is the best time to meditate? It's suggested that perhaps you meditate when you first get up in the morning and then again in the evening. That never really worked for me because I had little kids and then I had responsibilities. So I found that once I was able to either get them off to school or they were busy doing something and they knew I was going to meditate, it's important for children and family members to know that you are going to have some time to yourself for your own good. And I would always tell my family, I'm going to go meditate now. And what I found was meditating in the morning, about the same time every morning, and then again before dinner were the two times for me. And I did that for many, many, many years. And I can tell you, it shifted my life. And I would miss it if there was a day for some reason that I could not meditate. So thank you for that question, wherever it came from. People have asked how long it takes to meditate. And I learned that meditation generally begins with a little bit of breathing and then goes on for about 20 minutes. That's a lot of time for people sometimes to consider. So I just say, if you can meditate for 20 minutes, great. If you can meditate for 15, great. 10, even for 5 minutes, if you're in a busy part of your life, you're at work, it helps to relieve your stress. It helps you to be able to redefine who you are. You're a solid person in your inner core. So I would say that the best times are whatever work for you, as I went on from there. And for however long it is that works for you in different situations. And parents as well can have their child with them in the room if they are quiet. It's very important that you found a special place and usually meditate in that one place, and that it be maybe with quiet music, no barking dogs, no licking, no kids yelling and screaming. But if the kids want to come in and quietly sit, close their eyes and have them be a part of it, then that's a good way to get them to begin to recognize what it's like to be quiet and meditate. Not how an adult would do it, but it's a good entry. Let's see. Any other questions coming in? I don't see any at the moment. All right. Feel free to ask as time goes on. I wanted to mention that author Jack Canfield, you know him from the Soul series of books. And he had a quote that was, change is inevitable. That is so true. We have no control over it outside of our lives. You can either resist it and potentially get run over by it, or you can choose to cooperate, adapt to it, and learn how to benefit from it. And that's something that I think meditation helps you with. It helps you to adapt to life, whatever it is that surrounds you. You come at life in a different way. You have an appreciation you didn't before. You can handle situations you probably thought you never could. You are going to be surprised. If any of you meditate, perhaps you can share with the others there what it's done for you. And maybe we'll have time to do that here at the end. Okay. By the way, you absolutely do not need to be an intellectual, let's put it that way, person to learn meditation. It is basic. And that is how I wrote From Stressed to Blessed. I wrote it in a very simple and basic language so that kids really from the ages of about 11, maybe even 10, if they can read, and on up, people can take advantage of it and learn the process of having a meditation practice, how it can improve your life, help you to change, and just make it available to everybody is what my intention was. In the book, I give an example of how the benefits of a meditation practice got me through a very stressful event in my life just a few years ago. And the benefits continue from my learning from so many years ago through today. And I know they will now from this experience. I already knew it would anyway, but this really proved it. You'll read about it in the book. It helps to expand your consciousness. Let's just put it that way. And after adds to a much more balanced way of dealing with challenges in life situations. I'm going to give you an example. A few years, when my kids were still rather young, I was at a ballet recital with my 6-year-old daughter. The intermission was announced, and people began to stand up and walk and go up the stairs and talk to each other, and they were laughing. And I had stepped away from the need to always be involved in a social situation because I did generally, even though I'm an introvert, I generally did become involved in talking with people and being more or less an extroverted introvert. And I was fine with that. I kind of learned to do that as I was growing up. But in this particular moment, as everybody was leaving, I was sitting there and I was just so fine with the situation of sitting there and observing. I just merely sat and observed what was going on around me. And there were no judgments, which you'll find in meditation. You make less judgments about situations and people and things in life. And I felt no need to be involved in conversation. I felt an expansion of the space surrounding me. A feeling of calm entered into my being. And I knew that all was good. Everything was just as it should be. And that is an experience that you will find as you meditate. I don't know how else to describe it, other than perhaps that, it's just a blessing to be able to experience this in your life. It's a blessing. That's how I perceive it. So I've also had many more beautiful spiritual experiences in my lifetime. Maybe someday I'll write a book about that and be able to share it. I'd had thoughts of writing a book for many years. And after I learned the practice of meditation, I knew that that would be what the book would be on. It was just about the time COVID began. And I thought, well, this might be an exceptional time to write a book from going from stressed to blessed for people, because I think all of us felt stress of some kind and still do in some ways. And let me tell you, raising 4 boys and a daughter, well, boys get in my life, boys get into shenanigans and girls are full of emotions. So it helped me to be able to deal with it. Let's put it that way. And I see this question come up. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to get to that in just a second. Let me see. Well, let me just go on and answer this, Sarah. Is it Sarah Lynch? And she wants to know, when you meditate, is it important to commit to a pose or a stance? I'm such a fidgety person, you see. Oh my goodness. Aren't we all? Who can sit still for long periods of time? You'd think, oh, I can never do this. You'll surprise yourself. I'll just say that. I learned to practice meditation. I sit up. I don't sit in the chair because my legs aren't all that flexible, even though I'm very active and do a lot of exercise. I sit in a chair. It's where I'm most comfortable. I hold my right hand under my left hand, and I put my thumbs together and put them in my lap. And that way the energy flows through the body, and it's comfortable for me. I find that even if I go to a lecture, someplace where I'm listening to somebody speak, I naturally put my hands in my lap and put my thumbs together. It's just the energy that's flowing through me. And so let's see. You can do it anywhere you want, anytime. And as for posing, you can sit on a bed, you can sit on a bench, you can sit on a rock, you can lay down. But what I would suggest is, if you find yourself falling asleep, if you lay down to meditate, you might want to think about that and change your position to one where you can stay more aware. I'll cover things like this in the book. Did that cover everything? I hope it did. Let's see. You know, what I'd like to do is share an experience of what meditation may feel like with you, with a short experience, if you all are okay with that. I invite you to just make yourself comfortable and very easily just close your eyes. Gently close your eyes. And I'm going to take you through a breathing exercise. It will be an inhale to the count of 6. So let's begin. With your eyes closed, begin to gently inhale 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and exhale 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Inhale 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Exhale 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Inhale 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Exhale 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Inhale 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Exhale 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And just very quietly, with your eyes closed, continue to inwardly breathe through your nose. And then exhale to whatever it is that feels right to you. I'm going to give you just half a minute or so to continue with that, please. And still now, with your eyes closed, I invite you to take your hands and put them over your heart center, just over your heart. And notice if there is anything that comes up for you, any feelings that you experienced, any thoughts. Did you feel more calm? Did you notice any emotions? Any changes? Think about that for a moment, please. And I invite you now to very gently take your hands, maybe just put them right in front of your face to darken it a little bit. Very gently open up your eyes, come back into the room, come back into your body, back into your room. And thank you for taking part in this with me today. Does anybody have something that they would like to say about their experience? And granted, this was very short, a very short little exercise to show you what meditation can be like, and you'll go much deeper with it if you begin a practice. So, okay. Well, I do have some breathing exercises I'd like to share with you. I'm not sure how long I've been talking now, but I do have some breathing exercises that you can do in addition to what I just showed you about inhaling through your nose and then exhaling through your nose. Some people do it through their mouth. I prefer my nose. That's how I learned. It's called fire breath. It's through your nose, and you go. Just quickly breathing as fast as you can. You start out kind of slow, and then you get the hang of it, and it goes faster and faster. If you'd like to practice that with me now, you'll see what the result of that is. Everybody okay with that, or one or two of you? Would you like to try? Okay, here we go. Let it go. Do you notice anything? Do you notice a little bit of a whoa, high feeling? Your head feels like, ah, it's clear, no thoughts. That's a way to begin it too. And so many others. I won't go into other ways, but it's always nice to know a few. All right. Gosh, I want to share so much more with you, but I know that the time is coming to an end. One thing I did want to tell you is a quote by Carl Jung. You are probably very familiar with this particular psychoanalyst because he's left an impression on most everything around in terms of science and psychology and history and medical issues and things like that throughout the years. This is the back of my book. This is the front of my book. So what he had to say was, your vision will become clear only when you look into your heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens. I've always loved that. So that's what I keep close to my heart as I spend time in meditation. Do I have any other questions that anybody would like to ask? And if I have what I think I can share with you, I'm happy to do that. I may not know, but if you do, I don't know how you're handling it there. You can just call it out to me if the microphone works. Okay. Well, I would like to end with a blessing for all of you. May the time that you spend in meditation be a wellspring of information and blessings, healing you from the inside out. May your blessings bring peace, love, and joy into your life and into the life of others, ultimately helping to positively change the world by bringing the same peace, love, and joy into the world at large. Thank you for being here today. I'm so grateful to have had this time with you. And I'd like to say also that Reader's Magnet is a big part from yesterday to helping the world heal by way of how they work with people and what they're doing. For instance, through the marketing of my book, I'm hoping that that will help a lot of people gain the knowledge of meditation and how it can change your life and help to heal the world. Because the light we have within us and our heart center, which is where the divine resides, increases with each and every breath that we take as we are centered on our meditation. And the more that that light expands, the brighter it is around you and your aura, the more light people sense around you. They may not be able to see it, but they notice a difference. And that light will go out into the world. And the more that happens, the more goodness will come into the world and the world will change. It's up to us. Thank you so much, everyone. It was wonderful to be here with you today.
Thank you so much. That's the author of the book, From Stress to Bless, Cynthia Chase. How do you guys, that was a very quick workshop, the breathing workshop. How did you guys find it? Was it good? I was almost laughing like in the middle of the quick fire breathing. I lost the pace. It should be that fast. I was like, I got drowned with their own breathing. But I think it looks so easy for Cynthia because she's been doing it for many times. So I think meditation isn't just a one-time thing just because you want to meditate, right? I think meditation has to be like a practice so you can get a hang of it and really get connected to your core. So grab a book From Stress to Blessed of Cynthia Chase. And definitely we'll talk to Adrian and Uplift about her plans as well in terms of the proceeds of our marketing. This time, our next speaker, she was with us during the LA Times Festival of Books, and she's a great storyteller. She has, I think she showed us one book last time. That was like The Dragons in the Garden. This time she's going to be showing to us that book and the second one. I think this is a prequel to the Dragons in the Garden. Now, this is more like a children's book, but definitely would be good for parents, for first-time parents, for grandparents as well, for your grandkids. But this time, let's listen to the author of the book, The Caretaker of Dragons, The Origins of Arthur. This is a prequel to There Are Dragons in the Garden. Our author, Catherine Myers-Kahn, more often known as Kathy, is a retired nurse, teacher, wife, mother, and grandmother, and a teller of stories. And as a child, she has had a boundless imagination and growing up with her mother and grandfather who encouraged her to grow and thrive. And Kathy would write stories and poems only on a bit of paper she could find. And her writing was a way of coping with feeling and emotions when she was young. To tell us more about her book, The Caretaker of Dragons, and There Are Dragons in the Garden, let's hear it from Catherine Myers-Kahn. A round of applause.
Good afternoon. I hope everybody enjoyed their pizza. As stated, I'm Catherine Lynn Myers-Cohen. Yes, I've hyphenated my name. I love my maiden name, but I also love my husband. Initially, I was very, very slow in school. This was one reason. I was undiagnosed dyslexic. The teacher who finally noticed that was my 5th grade science professor. I was told as a child in 2nd grade by a teacher that I would never amount to a thing because I couldn't read. I took that very much to heart until 5th grade. And I will repeat his name multiple times because I thank God for Mr. Klinger. He not only supported my education, my understanding of my condition, but helped me deal with bullying as well. I always had it in me since I was like 4 years old to tell stories. But the only way I could communicate them was verbally. I was even having trouble talking because I was so painfully shy because I couldn't read. Enter Grandpa. Grandpa encouraged me and began the stories that he wanted me to finish. When I was 4 years old, I asked him why we had to get up so early, even before the sun, to attend sunrise Easter services. He said, well, God so loved the world that he grants life to everything at sunrise Easter morning. I thought that was so cool. And as a 4-year-old, life means walking, talking, eyes, nose, mouth. So I was all excited to go outside. But nothing moved except humans. But that one short story was the seed for There Are Dragons in the Garden. Because I had that little tiny seed of a thought. What if everything did come to life at sunrise Easter morning? We always had a huge Easter bouquet of spring flowers on the table. All the kids would go running out because that's where their little Easter egg was in our Easter book. That same year, that next morning, before sunrise service, all the kids went running out to the table and stopped dead in our tracks. The next sound you heard was, Mom! Because over half of the flowers in that bouquet had eyes. Grandpa had pasted little rattly craft doll's eyes on over half of those flowers. That seed sprouted. In There Are Dragons in the Garden, you find out how and why we have snapdragons in the world today, which is a spring flower. Every time I did a reading or a signing for There Are Dragons in the Garden, all the questions were about the wizard that's in that same book. So I wrote his backstory. How the wizard Arthur, who became a wizard because he wasn't born one, and how he then becomes the caretaker of dragons. The underlying theme through both books is love, understanding, and learning by any means possible, whether it's being shown, being verbally told, or by reading. Arthur's journey started when he was a baby, an infant, a few months old, by circumstance. that were totally out of his control. The first passage, the first paragraph. The sun had just broken on the horizon of a new day, and all hues of red and gold began to show upon the land. Without warning, a great rumble was heard, like that of thunder, and the earth began to quake. The great lake at the base of the mountains began to foam with white caps and splash over its banks. The trees began to sway, crack, and crash to the ground. Rocks of all sizes broke loose from the mountain, and all manner of creature, great and small, had a very rude awakening to this new day. With that destruction began a new life and a new adventure. A life that, again, started as a baby, and a journey through love, understanding, and apprenticeship, travel, all in the nature and quest for learning and new experiences. The teachers start out human, sort of. Arthur's first teacher and caretaker is Yardmore, which just happens to be a foreign language word. Yardmore means Mother of Earth. Throughout Yardmore's instruction, Arthur learns not only the power of love, but how to care for every living thing on this planet. How nature provides the tools we all need for healing. If someone has a stomach ache, what do? Do you go to the medicine cabinet? Not necessary. Have a little bit of peppermint tea. Calms the stomach right down. He learns herbalism, the beginnings, all from Yardmore. But as Arthur grows, Yardmore realizes she can't teach him everything he needs. She also sees the first signs of magic. Magic is not taking a stick of wood and waving it around. Magic is formulating and tapping into the magic that flows all around us, from the earth, from the sky, from the water, and most importantly, from your supreme beings, whatever that you choose to call them. Enter the apprenticeship. One of the visitors to where Arthur lived with Yardmore was an alchemist, a studier of the natural sciences, and how to purify what nature has provided. How to take the mint leaf, instead of just dropping it in boiling water, you do start there, but then as the water evaporates, the mint concentrates, and you need less of the tea leaves and just a pinch of the tea powder to make tea, and it's a lot easier to carry. The next teacher Arthur has is the alchemist. His name is Barnabas. How I arrived at Barnabas It's just one of my favorite sounding names. With Barnabas, he leaves his home in the Black Forest region of Germany and travels to Italy. And then sails the Mediterranean, learning not only improved herbalism, but alchemy, carpentry, forging. Barnabas teaches him all of these things. Arthur has an insatiable quest for learning. His travel takes him to Constantinople, through the Arabic Emirates, through the deserts of China. Most people didn't even realize China has deserts. Through central China, down the Yellow River. In China, he has his, at least my favorite of his teachers, that is not human. And where the caretaker of dragons really sets in, because his final teacher is a dragon. My dragons are not vicious. They don't go searching to destroy. No. They only defend themselves when put upon. They are guardians of the planet that we're on. They were here first. They are teachers, philosophers, and if you give them a chance, they can teach you too. There are dragons in the garden, and Caretaker of Dragons I wrote as read to me books. That's why the age range starts at 0. There are dragons in the garden. They should be independently reading this by the age of 8 to 10. Caretaker a bit higher, only because of geography, history, and some foreign language. The proudest thing I am of the Caretaker of Dragons, the story is fiction, the characters are fiction, but every place, location is real. They can be found on any world map. The only illustration in this book is on page 132, and it is a map of Europe. Every stop that Arthur made is on this map. His itinerary is in the back, and for the teachers out there, I included a glossary in the front for the harder words. I hope you all enjoy my 2 books. There are Dragons in the Garden and The Caretaker of Dragons, which can be read in any order. But always start reading to the children at 0. They don't even have to be a month old. Talk, sing, stimulate the child's mind as much as possible. Thank you for your attention, your time, and your patience.
Catherine Myers-Cohen, ladies and gentlemen. Do you have any questions for Kath?
Yes.
So, what is your favorite dragon characteristic and why?
Depends on the type of dragon. I really, really enjoy the knowledge mythos of the Chinese dragon, the European dragon, their broad chest and wide wings, The smaller form of dragon is called a wyvern, and I really like their curiosity. I didn't do that.
There's, I'll take care of that. I think the dragon is here. Thank you so much, Catherine Myers-Cohen.
I have one more question.
Yes.
Why dragons? Why not other mythologies?
Dragons have always held a fascination for me. There is evidence of dragon lore in every civilization's documentation and storytelling that you can look at. Everything from the early Aztec and Mayan. There is definite dragons in the Chinese lore, the Asian lore. You go to Europe, you can't go to any structure of the 15th, 16th centuries and not have a dragon somewhere in the masonry. Yet there is no physical evidence that dragons ever existed.
Interesting.
And that just piqued my curiosity big time.
It's like I said, where did they come from? Somebody's imagination?
We're not sure.
Wow.
And each continent has different forms for their dragon. The American dragons, or South American, the Aztec, the Maya, even the Anasazi of the American Western Plains are more like wyverns. They have small bodies, narrow chests, huge wings. Horses, shaped like a horse's head, but a jutting forward jaw, lots of teeth. The European dragon is very thick and powerfully built from the tail to the waist. Their chest expands 3 times that of the hips. Wings sprout from their shoulders and they have 4 legs. Yes?
So basically, what you're doing is exactly what they did. It's storytelling for kids.
Yes.
And so you're just expanding it from the past.
Yes.
And it's amazing because that's why most of us write books in the first place.
To stimulate the mind.
And at any age, from little to big.
Yes.
We all need it, keep our minds growing and going at whatever age. So I appreciate for what you're doing and giving us imagination as well.
While I was writing Caretaker, I specifically had the adult reader in mind. Not only to engage the little ones' minds, but to engage the adult mind as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And a fun fact, Chinese dragons don't have wings, but they fly.
Wow.
And in Caretaker, you'll find out how.
All right, thank you so much, Kathy. Sounds like fun, right? I totally can relate to the idea that it's probably based in history because I totally agree. I'm a fan of a TV series that's called Ancient Aliens. I'm not sure if you guys are you onto that too, Brian? I don't know. I just like conspiracies, and I like definitely each continent or each civilization has their own depiction of a dragon. So it can be like the Balinese, Indonesian version, in which I went to just a month ago, and every temple that I see has dragons, right? And definitely the Aztecs or the Incas has their own version of that too. The Europeans have their own stories of that. I think the Norse myth has their own version of that. So thanks for creating that story that's so much relatable to young kids as well. And everyone has to start reading to their kids at the age of 0. All right, thank you so much. Now, yes, sir.
That's how my son was born 29 years ago. He read to him.
While he was still in
Oh, that's nice. I bet your son is very smart because that's what I heard. You start reading to them when they're still in your womb until they get born, like at a very young age, they become so intellectual because they keep hearing, and it also helps with their communication skills, right? Thank you so much, Kathy. This time we'll hear it from a very inspiring author, and her book is Armored and Victorious, Memoirs of a Crossover Season, and is the sequel to the first part of the author's story, Weapons for Victory, Memoirs of a Perfect Storm. And she takes us through the episodes on a journey that though were meant to destroy her, brought her to a place of victory. And she explains how God picked her up, brushed her off, and opened uncharted waters that allowed her to step into her crossover season and scath. A little bit about background of our author. She's a speaker, an author, professor, and a counselor. Dr. Sharon Arundel inspires audiences to pick up the pieces of their lives and become whole through the power of God's redemption song. She holds a Bachelor's of Science degree in Organizational Management, a Master's of Science degree in Counseling, and graduated summa cum laude, a doctorate in Biblical Counseling, Biblical Studies, and a doctorate in Educational Leadership. Dr. Sharon is the author of several published books. Her number one bestseller is Armored and Victorious. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I give you our next speaker, Dr. Sharon Arundel. A round of applause, please.
Hello, everyone. I promise not to be before you long. Everybody has had a long day, including me. Came here from babysitting my grandchildren. I do not live here. I actually live in a hurricane state. So to us, this what you're seeing is a piece of cake. We've been having rain like this and even more torrential rains since June. Every day, things flying outside and stuff like that. So for us, it didn't seem like a big deal, but I'm sure for those who live here, it is. And so my family all lives here, but they've lived in Florida, so they feel the same way. But I am here today because I am here today. When I listen to my bio and all those accolades and all of that, I realize, I reinvented myself, because I had to. Just a backdrop of all of this storyline here. I've written several books, but 3 in particular speak to my life. And Weapons for Victory, Memoirs of a Perfect Storm. It sounds like such a cute title, right? But I actually swam out of a storm. So see, I'm here. We brought this hurricane. A hurricane actually happened in New York, where I lived. I was born in Jamaica, West Indies. Came to America at a very young age. And while we were living in Rockland County, New York, a hurricane came to New York. And, didn't really think much of it. It looked pretty much like how it looks outside, except there was some wind going on. My children had gotten off the school bus. They were sitting in the basement of our house, and my sister-in-law called and said, "What's happening over there in Rockland?" I said, "Well, the kids are out there watching TV. Everything looks normal. There's a lot of water, but nothing amazing." I had the phone in one hand. I had something else in another hand. And I went over, it was a big glass door, similar to this, in our basement. And I went and I put my feet down on the carpet, and the water was coming into the house. And I said, "Oh, that's interesting." That's exactly what I said. And then I said to my children, go up the stairs. For once, they listened to their mother and went up the stairs. They were like 6 and 8 at the time. And they're sitting on the stairs, and I'm in the basement. I was a fashion designer at the time. I've been a fashion designer, that's all I knew, you know. I still like it, can you tell? I was a fashion designer and had just opened my brand new store and was collecting all my wedding dresses that I had designed and different things. And I had them in my hand. And I said, okay, I gotta salvage all this because we gotta open this store. And as I was doing it, the water was going up the glass door. And I literally stood there and I wonder where this is gonna go when it gets to the top. I questioned that in my head, and I quickly found out where it was gonna go. That glass door came crashing into our basement like nothing we've ever seen before. And I can make you laugh right now, but it wasn't funny at the time. The water came in as if you went to the beach, but it was muddy water with just gushing into the basement. I just stood there frozen in time. And I could hear my daughter screaming for me to run, but I just was frozen in time. And I eventually could hear her, and my feet started to move. I grabbed them off the stairs. I never looked back. We just kept running through this water. And my son, I can't swim. I said, well, you better learn today. Because, you know, I could feel his hands slipping off of mine. But we made it to a neighbor's house, and the water just kept crashing and crashing and crashing. And we lost most of what we owned, including our home. Not just our house, but our home, because their dad said, I had married a minister because I am, you know, I'm an ordained pastor today, but at the time I was just his wife, you know, just following behind him as he preached to the world. And he said, as we sat on the stairs of that basement, looking at everything we owned on top of 7 feet of water, he said, I'm done with God. I'm out of here. And he meant it, and he was out of here. And I became a single mom, reinvented my life as a single mom, went back to school with a vengeance, and all those degrees that you heard applied to me came as a result of me going back to school with a vengeance. And at first it was just to raise my children, but eventually it became therapy. It became how I survived, and not just survive, but thrive and live and move and do and be. And, you know, I'm currently married to my dream guy who's in the room. You know, over there videotaping me. You know, and when I remember telling him my story, he said, that sounds like a Lifetime movie. That doesn't sound real at all. And I guess it doesn't. And so I was inspired to write Weapons for Victory. And it was published in 2013. I had no idea about writing. You know, we ended up in my I call her my spiritual mom. We ended up in the bottom of her house living. And I remember her, I would cry all the time, just crying. Nothing else was coming out of me but tears. I was on the floor, my children, Mom, you gotta get up. I'm like, I just can't do it. I was raised by amazing parents. They never went anywhere. They sheltered me. They didn't teach me how to live in horrible situations. They only taught me how to live a good life. And so, thank you so much. And so I was down there one night, and she could hear me from upstairs, and she came running down. She's 4'11", She looked like a giant. She looked like that dragon I'm talking about that day. And she came down and she said, well, you're not going to die on my watch, young lady. I'm taking your children upstairs and I'm giving you 24 hours to come back to life. 24 hours. I have been on that floor, it seemed like over a year. You've given me 24 hours. She said, yes, ma'am. And when I come down tomorrow, you tell me what you're going to do with the rest of your life. And this is how I became an author. Wasn't planned. There was a piece of paper on the floor next to me. I believe it was a receipt of some kind. And I picked it up, turned it over to the blank side. I had a pen, and I started writing. Most of that paper was drenched with tears, but through the tears, I was writing and writing, and I kept writing and writing what had happened, how I got there, what was going on. I kept taking different pieces of paper similar to this and just writing and writing. Eventually, people started talking about journaling. I was like, oh, that sounds like what I'm doing. So I would go and buy, it wasn't really journals, it was just books that had lined paper. And I was writing and writing and writing what was happening to me. What was happening to me spiritually, physically, emotionally. I had grown up in the church. I knew nothing but church. I had rebelled from church, been a rebellious teenager, had all kinds of crazy, who the young people in here? You guys? You guys? I'm talking to you, right? I was there just being, my dad called it leadership. My mom called it rebellion. So she was whooping me into subjection. And so it was just, and all of that culminated in that storm, you know, where I became an amazing woman, you know, not bragging, don't have no bragging rights. I spent a lot of time in prayer. People talk about spirit or whatever. I call him God, right? I call him Jesus, whatever you want to call him. I was praying. That's who I call him. And so the book, Weapons for Victory, that came prior to this, that I wrote in 2013, people started actually wanting to read this. Oh, okay. People were buying this book. Okay. I recall a woman saying to me, she didn't know I wrote anything because I wasn't telling anybody I wrote anything. I just wrote it. I wrote it for peace sake. Peace. Not peace. Peace. P-E-A-C-E. I wrote it for peace sake. And I needed peace. And I remember doing some little fashion show, and she showed up. She said, "You wrote a book?" I said, "Yeah," because it was sitting on the back seat of my car. And she said, "Can I buy one?" I said, "You could just have it for free." So I gave it to her. And some years later, when I was running for my life again, she called me and said, "Your book saved my life, and I want to invest in you." And I had once again hit bottom. I didn't even have a bank account. I said, "Well, whatever you want to invest." I know you're a single mom. I'm not a single mom, but a mom of 4 children. I used to be her daughter's school counselor. And she said, "Well, I have this and I feel like I need to give it to you." So I said, "Well, you could send it to my daughter's bank account." At the time, I was spending time right here in San Diego with my family, running for my life, running from everything. And my daughter called, "Mommy, somebody just put $1,000 in my bank account." I called the lady and said, "Did you put an extra zero by mistake?" She said, "No, ma'am. I need you to take that $1,000." I took that $1,000 and I started to just write for real, you know. I have been writing and writing, and now it became for real. Okay, these are gonna become books. They became books like a devotional called 31 Days of Wholeness for Women, where the book of Esther in the Bible, I took that queen and related it to every woman who is a queen. You're a queen, by the way. Doesn't matter what you're going through, you were made for this. It was necessary, right? So I took that and I wrote Embracing Our Queenly Anointing, which actually became a little course that women would come to the church and read, and I would teach. I was doing some crazy stuff out there. And then I wrote The Shepherd's Call. And I thought, I was writing it for pastors because I had been married to a church leader. And I wrote it based on what God says pastors are supposed to be, not what they actually are today. Because they're supposed to be servants, right? But sometimes they want to be served. So I wrote The Shepherd's Call, which is now a 9-week course training pastors how to be shepherds. Can you imagine? I wrote all that. And that $1,000, I found me a publisher who would take my little sob story and publish all these books for almost nothing. He just published, he just kept, because he liked them. And he's still my publisher. He's published every book. And so that is how all of this came into being. That's how I became an author. That's how I became Dr. Sharon somebody. Look at me over there, right? It's amazing. I used to actually have hair. All of my journey took my hair out of my head. It just started falling out, and women were embarrassed at that time to have bald heads. But I showed up in my house with my head all shaved off, and my son said, "Are you gonna get your hair back?" And he kept saying it over and over and over and over. Well, it never really came back. And all of that is written in my memoirs. Not for me, because I'm standing before you and I'm smiling and I'm laughing and it's actually genuine. I feel healed and whole and at peace, and I get to encourage men and women, but mostly women. I have traveled the world since the pandemic. People have been asking me, at first it was virtual, right? Because you couldn't go anywhere. I didn't have a job anymore. So my husband, we got married during the pandemic. How brave are we? How brave are we? I mean, I knew him from our church. I knew his former wife who had passed away. We worked together a lot in the church. And so I walked into Home Depot while trying to make my comeback with life. And there he was. I was full of paint because I was painting my house myself, and most of the paint landed on me. So there was paint everywhere, my toes, everything. I couldn't remember his name, but I remembered his wife's name. So I said, "Connie's husband." And he turned around. If you ever hear him belt out a laugh in here, you'll absolutely know who it is. And he turned around and just started laughing at me because I couldn't remember his name. And so we had I'm gonna call it 49 encounters. People date, right? Y'all call it dating. We call it 49 encounters. Because everybody was social distancing and we were having 49 encounters with each other. I'm 60 years old and what were you, 64? So here we are having these encounters with each other every day at a certain time. I don't know if he had his clock set. It's time to go and have an encounter. I don't know what he was doing over there. It didn't feel like we were dating, but eventually he was on his poor little knees asking me to get married. I was like, married? No, I did that. I've done that twice. No, I'm done with all that. Marriage is just not for me. But then we got married. I think there were 10 people in the room when we did. And we've been married for 3+ years. But in that 3+ years, all of this happened. All of this happened. All of it. People started asking me to speak on a virtual platform all over the world. I didn't know who these people were. I hated technology. You crazy young people. I hated technology, but it was what was in front of me. So I would sit in front of my laptop and just talk. Just talk. Just speaking is what it's called, right? I'm a speaker. Today, they call me a global speaker. I actually got invited to Paris because somebody saw me virtual. So I said to him, wait, this has got to be a scam. Who's inviting me to Paris? He said, I don't know, but you gotta go. I said, no, I'm gonna do it virtual. No, you can't do Paris virtual. You've always wanted to go. I wanted to go to Paris when I was a designer. Now I was going as a speaker, and it changed the trajectory of my life as I know it. And I just speak anywhere that anybody will have me. Doesn't matter how small the crowd or how large, I come just like this. No frills. I talk about myself, I talk about what I do, I talk about my books, and everybody keeps inviting me to come again, come again, come again. And so this particular book happened. People were reading Weapons for Victory and saying, well, where's the sequel? We want the rest of the story. I'm like, me too. Let's see, where should I begin? And I just kept refusing to write it. I was writing still in my journals, but I refused to actually write it. And then guess what happened? It's like we watched some show the other night called, what was it called again? The Agent, Night Agent. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but there's episodes, you should watch this. There's episode after episode, like 10 of them. We watched it all in one day because we wanted to know what was gonna happen next. That's what people were doing with my book. Well, what's gonna happen next? And a lot happened, but I was just writing it in a journal. And then Mr. COVID decided to attack me, right? And I looked at that, I'm gonna call it what it is, that horrible disease that had taken so many lives. And in August 2021, it tried to take mine. And I said to my husband, we were in Walmart, I said, I think I don't feel good, Everybody was talking about not being able to breathe and all. Well, I can breathe, but I don't feel good because all of Walmart is spinning now. I cannot control myself. We went back in the car, went to our spot, Home Depot. I couldn't get out of the car. I said, you go and come right back. And as he was coming back, it felt like somebody threw a match into the car and lit me on fire. I said to him when he got in the car, I said, I think I'm on fire. And he touched my skin and it was so hot. I was burning hot. And by the next day, I passed out cold in the bathroom, hit my head on the floor. He came running. I could hear him talking to me, but I couldn't talk back. It's like, I think this is gonna take me out. Wait, you know, and I remember him just kind of picking me up, asking me if I was okay, telling me he's gonna take me to the emergency room. Well, during COVID, nobody wanted to hear that. You know, I'm not going to the emergency room. They keep you, you know, they don't send you back home. I'm not going. I kept going, no, no, no. And got through that night. Next day, my children said I was talking funny because I don't remember what I said, but they said I was talking funny and they convinced him to take me. And the dreaded words in that emergency room, we're keeping her. You can go home. It's a lonely disease. It's a lonely place. And I talk about it in this book. The chapter is called The Time the World Stood Still. But then there's a chapter right behind it called Designated Survivor. Wow. I didn't plan this speech today, but I stayed in that hospital for a while, and you could hear it echoing through the halls. People crying and screaming, I want to go home. And I just laid there still, just still. I could breathe. I wasn't on any kind of oxygen. COVID had attacked my pancreas, and it was just eating away at my body. And I just laid there still. The time the world stood still, I also had to lay still and wonder. I could hear people talking about me, the doctors. I can't tell you what they looked like. They looked like Martians at the time. The nurses looked like Martians. I couldn't tell you who took care of me. If you asked me, I couldn't identify them. I was like, wait, I don't even know who you people are. They would inject all of us in our stomach. I don't know how many of you have been to the hospital with COVID. They give you an injection every night and it burned like crazy. And they say, don't rub it. What? But that was happening during that time. They needed beds. So they decided I was the best of the worst. So they sent me home after a while. But I was still very ill. And for 2 months, I tried to talk. I tried to walk. I was an avid walker, walking miles and miles and miles a day. And I couldn't even make it to the mailbox. So I just was still. I was still. But when they rolled me out of that hospital, I remember looking back up at that 4th floor, and I said, I'm a designated survivor. I said, God, what would you have me to do? Whatever you tell me to do, I'm going to do it from this day forward. I don't care how difficult. It's been difficult already. I could do this. And what came out of it was this book. I made the decision to write the book. My mental state was not very good. I was trying to finish a 2nd doctoral degree. Who does that at my age? I told my advisor, I think I'm good. I have enough degrees. I have stuff all over me. And he said to me, well, 50% of the people who start a degree, a doctoral degree in education leadership, do not finish. And 50% do. Which part do you want to be a part of? I'll never forget it. I sat up in that bed like a dragon. I was like, I'm gonna eat this thing. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. And he kept calling between him and my husband's powerful voices, going, you can do it. Why don't you do it? You know, those are things that were coming out of my mouth because I could no longer do it on the computer like I was doing. I had to print everything out. We bought so much ink. It was amazing. I was printing stuff out just so I could read it. And at the end of the day, I received that degree. And I went to the graduation. My grandchildren were there because it was right here in San Diego. And I looked to my right and I looked to my left, and they looked like you guys. You're my target tonight. You sat in the wrong seat, or maybe you sat in the right seat. And I looked and I said to them, you guys better do something with this degree because I'm going to do something with mine. And I am in my 60s, so you have no excuse. I'm over there pronouncing stuff to people. They're wearing the same robe, the same hat, everything. But I realized that day I was so blessed and favored by God. You know, there's something he wants me to do, and I'm going to do it until he says stop. Because he had the power to take me out, right? He could have said, well, your time is up. You can, you know, like many people who got taken out of here by COVID. Some of them were babies. Some of them you probably knew. I knew. We lost church members. I lost pastoral friends, pastors, great, amazing pastors that taught me how to be a pastor. I was losing people. And here I am, I'm still alive. I'm pinching myself. I'm still here. I started walking again. I made my way, well, he made me walk around the living room. That was a challenge. And I would get back to the room and he would be applauding. Wow, you made it around the living room. What in the world? You know, I would go outside, look at the mailbox. And I remember the first day I made it to the mailbox. And I got there and I looked back at the door and I said, who's gonna take me back to the door? But I made it back to the door and eventually I was walking and I started timing myself. How long will it take me to walk a mile? How long will it? I was amazing. And today, I think it was some kind of joke or something because I've never learned to ride a bike. My children decided to give me a 3-wheeler for my birthday is in December, so it was a Christmas and birthday gift. Purple, that's the color of my brand, a purple 3-wheeler. I had the helmet, bling bling, because you know I'm a bling bling girl, can you tell? And he was putting it together faster than magic, right? It's like, why are you going so fast? He said, I can't wait to see you on this. And I got on it the first day. He took pictures, videos. I think I made it to the corner, but I was sweating profusely. He said, where'd you go? I said, to the corner. Can you believe it? That's all I did. He said, you gonna get back on? I said, well, let me think about it. Well, it's been almost 9 months with my trike, and I'm up to 9 miles on that thing. But the thing is, I'm not just riding, you know. As I'm riding, I'm talking to myself. What am I gonna do today? What am I going to accomplish today? What am I gonna accomplish tomorrow? Because I'm a designated survivor. And this is going to happen whether you like it or not. I think my time is up, but that's it, my story. And I wanted to just read a little bit probably don't have any questions. I probably answered all your questions with my prologue. But because my parents are very instrumental in who I am, I just needed to read you a little portion about when I first came to this country. And it says there were no uniforms required. I came from Jamaica, so it was uniforms required. And the children wore jeans, sneakers, and shabby looking clothes to school. However, my mom insisted on me still wearing dresses with shoes and socks, along with the biggest ribbons she could find to tie in my head full of thick, beautiful hair. There was only one particular style during the week where she would part my hair into three and attach three humongous ribbons. On Sundays, I would get to wear a big bun on the top of my head, which believe it or not, I actually looked forward to with great anticipation. My parents didn't realize all that I would have to face at school, being dressed like I just came off the banana boat, which is how one girl in particular referred to me. However, I would daily go to school each day to face this type of ridicule and cushion the blow by studying hard and becoming one of the smartest students in the 5th grade. I recall my first teacher being Mr. Lipschitz. I was very shocked at that name. My mom always chuckling when she had to say his name, which I never understood why at the time. That teacher took me under his wings, nurtured my gift of reading, writing, and spelling. However, I still had to daily face the ridicule of a girl named Delia, my antagonist. She pulled out my ribbon every single day and called me Banana Boat Girl. I remember going home one night and plotting before I went to bed that if she ever pulled my ribbon again, I was going to swing at her with my very best shot. I never encountered fighting before, and I didn't even know if I actually knew how to hit somebody. I would soon find out on the next day when she approached to pull my ribbon. I recall swinging as hard as I could with my eyes closed and her swinging back at me. Needless to say, we both ended up in the principal's office that day with our parents being called. While my mom was very angry, my dad had this great smirk on his face. I think he was proud of me defending myself, while all my mom felt was embarrassment. Delia became one of my best friends in middle and high school and never pulled my ribbons or called me names ever again. The idea is fight with all you got. Become armored and victorious, and you too can have a crossover season. Thank you for listening today to me.
Do you have questions for Dr. Sharon?
I don't have any questions for me. I do have a website, www.inspiredwholenesscounseling.com. I am actually a therapist, faith-based therapist, a coach, a professor, and more than that, I'm an avid learner. Thank you for listening, and have a good afternoon.
Once again, the author of the book Armored and Victorious, Dr. Sharon Arundel. A round of applause. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Arundel. Well, that was fun. Did you guys enjoy it? Yes. Dr. Sharon is so animated. I was just enjoying watching her at the back. So thank you so much for that, Dr. Arundel. I think everyone can relate to the COVID story. I think you've probably not the worst experience like Dr. Arundel has experienced, but definitely some of you in one way or another has experienced that moment when you have, the world stood still, and then you thought, this might be it. And everyone was just really afraid about it. It seems like COVID is just right next to your shoulder, right? But then we're able to get through it. Now we have the Confab and a lot of things that's really making us all excited to go out of our houses. So I'm not thankful that it did happen, but I was thankful that we survived. And I think that's what's more important, right? Thank you so much, Dr. Sharon Arundel, and good luck to your book, Armored and Victorious. This time, he was with us yesterday at the University of San Diego during the San Diego Union Tribune Festival of Books. And I was the designated videographer yesterday, but I did enjoy, if there's one thing that I did enjoy doing, my job yesterday was with this next speaker we'll have today, whom we invited to be with us. Because it wasn't just an interview, it was a fun spoken word. And we had a moment. I even took 2 videos of this man. Now, his book is Tying My Shoes, and it's a collection of spoken word poetry. And this is his second book, written and performed throughout New England, an eclectic collection told in a common everyday tongue, storytelling that will touch all your emotions, speak to your heart, and leave you feeling better. Let's hear it from the author of the book, Tying My Shoes, Mr. Stephen Reddick. A round of applause.
Thank you so much. It's really an honor to be here and hear all of your stories and everything. I am the lesser of many of you in that I have no degrees. I've told people I will never be a great slam poet because I've never been arrested. I've never been raped. I've never been in jail. I have nothing, no experiences. However, as a kid, I did go to church. And the first thing I'll share with you is this. This is entitled Dressed Up. Every Sunday growing up, I would be dressed in a suit, shiny shoes, and a tie. The tie was the worst. It was either crooked, too tight, too loose, too long, too short, too wide, too thin, but black, always black, because that was the formal color that a tie should be, according to Mother Rule number 15. Properly outfitted Sunday school was the goal, followed by Sunday morning worship service. That was a lot of singing and collecting of money. Followed by Sunday morning sermon. That was a lot of fire and brimstone, more collecting of money, and a chance to repent. When I was asked if I wanted to repent of my sins, I asked what repent meant. I was told it's about regretting what you've done wrong and asking for forgiveness. I asked if that included not eating breakfast before coming to church. I regretted that in so many ways. Now, I sit in my cathedral of woods, the roof, a giant skylight with sky paintings by God, walls covered in the finest hues of green and umber, with enough room for everyone. Floors solid with granite rock, reflecting afternoon heat into the coolness of the surrounding moss. A choir's formed by bird songs in trees, and holy water is the sound of splashing made by passing streams. I dress my words in silence now. They sound so good, fit so well. I listen all day long. So the book is a collection of a lot of different experiences, and I go all over the place. And if you've never been to a slam poetry event, I strongly invite, and implore you, please go and see something like this, because I've been writing, and this is going to astound even me when I say this now, I've been writing for 50 years. I figured that out the other day. It was like, oh my gosh, how did that happen? I started writing in high school, and for the first 30 years it was all for myself and the wife. And then I started entering a contest here and there. And then in 2009, I heard the most wonderful of words, you have cancer. And I stopped and said, what? That was my name and cancer in the same sentence there. Oh, I should do something with all this stuff I've written. And I went out and did everything wrong you could possibly do and created my first book. and had moderate success with it. But I said, hey, you know, it was just my first book. I'll try again. But before I do, perhaps I should get out and see what's happening. And I had the worst shock of all, because I learned to write when things were minimalistic, when you would write a whole bunch of stuff and then cross out every word you possibly could until you had just the bare bones frame. And I'd written a lot of stuff like that. And then I got out and I heard slam poetry. I was like, oh my God, they use so many words. They're so cheap. And then somebody had mercy on me, and they said, Steve, it's not about what you say, it's about how you make people feel. Oh, okay. I can do that. So how do y'all feel? And I found that feelings come in many different forms, and they have to have all this stuff memorized and everything. So like we did one session where we did just based on the topic of what does every soldier have in common? And after much discussion, we came to the fact that all soldiers write letters home, because none of them want to be at the front. So we wrote down a bunch of situations and drew straws. Mine was the kamikaze pilot, because it was tradition for them to write a letter home. So now I present to you this. It's entitled Kamikaze Intentions, a Letter Home. My beloved, today I will fly. I'll touch glory with my hand. I'll taste honor like honey. Today I will fly and never land. Listen closely. You'll hear the temple gong sing the song of my service to the emperor. Inhale, breathe deeply, smell the incense burning as I become the smoke. Today, I will let the sun, the wind, and the water have all of me. But my heart, I leave to you. And then I learned to just write about whatever's happening, you know. And so I found out that, like in life and luck, the eventual becomes just that. And it's not about when, but kind of how. So I'd be happy to go down, guns blazing, boots on, if it could happen just after I hit that walk-off home run on the bottom of the ninth with a swing so sweet and contact so clean you wouldn't even know I hit the ball if it wasn't for the crack of the bat. Or maybe just after I hit that three-point shot from 30 feet out. The first time it's nothing but net, the second time it's off the glass. Just because I can. I'd be ready then to go down on a hail of false momentary adulation and cheers. You betcha. Or maybe just after I have that last cold drink, the one that fills up all those burnt out potholes in the back of your throat and grabs your spine and gives it a little shake, just to let you know that you're alive. Oh yeah, I'd be ready then. Or maybe just after I hold my grandson's hand and I realize he's going to have 10,000 sunsets that I'll never know, and I get a chance to feel really big and really old. Or maybe just after I have that last hot fudge double chocolate sundae, the one that finds every cavity in your mouth better than a $200 X-ray. Oh yeah, I'd be ready then. Or maybe just after we make love that one last time, and I have to scrape you off the ceiling. Oh yes, I'd be ready then. Or maybe just after we share this last cigarette in the dark. Or maybe just after I roll these face one more time. Or maybe just after I write this last symphony. Or maybe just after. Just. Yeah, there's so many things going on in the world. Thank you. There's so many things happening. Unfortunately, you talked to, where'd you go? You talked about about widows. And yeah, I'm a widower. My wife passed away in June of last year, and had been through the complications of COVID and everything like that. And of all things, an IUT. And, you know, common thing. She kept getting them, and eventually one went septic, and That was that. But if I had a quarter for every time, because she thought that I had this little slot in my forehead, and she'd stick one quarter in there and I would just perform for her. Which was pretty much true. I just needed the little hat. But her favorite poem was this one, and this is a piece of ekphrastic poetry, art based on art. I did a thing with the Hollis Art Society over in New Hampshire. They sent me a bunch of pictures, and I wrote a bunch of poems based on the pictures. And one of the pictures was of this big parrot kind of looking over his shoulder, big multicolored thing. And around the top of the picture were 3 little vignettes. One was all yellow, one was all white, one was all green. And I'm looking at it going, what am I going to write about this? What's that for family? Oh, yes, it is. So this is 4 parrots. When you look at me, do you only see my bright colors or hear my call echo through the jungle? I am the son of generations. My great-great-grandfather sits over above my shoulder, the same one he sat on his master's, a pirate sailing among the Leeward Islands. Trusted confidant, he flew high and proud, never once repeating the directions to a treasure only men could seek, while the captain danced that final jig on yardarm gallows. My grandfather was a free bird, feeding himself fat on nuts and grubs. He never heard the dart that stopped his heart, becoming an adornment for a warrior's shield, a warrior's pride. My father was captured while I was still in nest. He went to sea, though he could not swim. He paced back and forth upon his perch aboard a ship called the Arizona. When the bombs began to fall, he died, screaming, who's on first? What's on second? Because the sailors like that, always laugh. I will never learn to speak, nor sit on a man's shoulder. When I fly, I'll fill the skies with the colors of my ancestors. Their dreams in my eyes, their hopes in my song, their freedom in my flight, on my wings. I will never learn to speak. Never. Yeah. So we do all kinds of. Yeah, I know that's the hardest thing when people do poetry. You never know, should I clap?
Are you done?
Yeah, are you done? What was that? How the heck did that happen? My book, I will mention, is it's entitled Tying My Shoes because I dedicated it to my brother. He passed from Alzheimer's. And that was the first thing we noticed was that he forgot how to tie his shoes and that kind of thing. So it was really, so part of the proceeds from the book are going to the Alzheimer's Foundation. That's the one good thing there. And I saw the sign go up saying that I'm out of time or running out. So this last, I'd like to finish with just one last piece. It's called Raindrops. I don't know if I could type. It's called A Raindrop's Perspective. Because I thought about, what is it like being a raindrop? So this is a raindrop's perspective of 2 disasters. At 10,000 feet, it is so beautiful. The city's lights are stars clustered in an endless universe. At 5,000 feet, the perfect fields are neatly laid out, surrounded by houses, shops, and factories. The roads are alive like arteries in a body. At 1,000 feet, people have faces full of fear. And if you listen, you can hear the screams as buildings sway and then crumble into dust. At 10 meters high, a wave of water slams the shore with the force of a hydrogen bomb, like a hurricane flushed down a toilet. It may have been that way in Atlantis. Their sailors, merchants, and warriors walked like gods through the gardens, transforming the world, planting pyramids, carving giant stone faces to stare at the sea, forming temples from circles of stone, staring at the skies, the stars, guarding secrets by sacrifices to the sun. The day the smoke sprouted from the hilltop, no one noticed. The quake lasted for only 5 minutes. Then the first wave arrived. No one who saw it survived. Now, when the next wave comes ashore, the camera will shake, lose focus, zooming in and out quickly on the bodies and the debris. When the reactors overheat and melt the containment core, the water will try to save what little is left. Failing, it'll evaporate, becoming clouds of radiation. The sky will cry, and her tears will be poison. Rainbows will burn like rice paper. It'll be very, very quiet, like it was before.
Thank you so much. Do you have questions for Stephen?
Thank you for entertaining us.
What was your favorite poem to write?
I didn't do it.
Oh!
My favorite poem to write is I had to write a poem for Valentine's Day. So you would normally write a love poem. At the time, I wasn't in love, but I was at McDonald's. And I wrote this entitled Love at McDonald's. Like McDonald's? Oh, love is not. Although, sometimes it's quick, sometimes it's hot. You can eat it in or you can eat it out. Drive-through, but you're gonna have to shower. Sometimes it's messy and it gets under your shirt. Sometimes you have it right out in the dirt. Oh, love at McDonald's. Oh, what a deal. Love at McDonald's is a real happy meal.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Stephen Reddick, thank you so much. I was never wrong about you, sir. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. All right, this time I think we're down to the last few authors before we close out the day. I know this is going to be just a one-day confab. And thank you so much for the authors who are here today and grace us despite of the storm outside. We don't know what's happening. I haven't checked outside. Did you guys check? I haven't seen boats. You haven't seen boats yet. It's gonna pass by.
As Dr. Arundel said, it's not a real storm.
It's not a real storm. All right, talking about storms and dragons, we're now down to our next author who's had 45 years of experience working with seriously emotionally disturbed children in a foster child setting. She and her husband Jim of 61 years have raised 2 birth, 3 adopted, and over 200 foster children. They operated 6 group homes, a foster family agency, and a special education school with 90 to 100 employees. And because the Atkinsons raised the children in a family setting, many stayed with the family, and they now have over 100 grandchildren and soon 25 great-grandchildren. Isn't that amazing? Carla has a bachelor's degree in psychology and is highly trained in William Glasser's choice theory. She trained in all agency staff, foster parents, natural parents, children, as well as community members in choice theory. Now, to tell us about her book, Mama Bear, and I believe this is Carla, let's hear it from the author of the book, Mama Bear, Carla Atkinson. Round of applause.
and I have enjoyed all of your entertainment. It has been a wonderful day. So why I'm here is because I wanted to talk about my little book. When we started out, my husband and I, we were just going to be parents. And honestly, I didn't have enough to do. I was hyperactive and I couldn't be still. I had 2 children, it wasn't. So anyway, there were 25 neighbor children. They were always in our house. And so my friends kept saying, well, why don't you take foster children? So we went to find out about it. And in that day and age, they gave them one. They didn't ask us any questions. They didn't do any paperwork. They sent us a kid. But what they didn't tell us was the reason they did it in such a hurry is because her father tried to kill the last foster parent, and we were new and didn't know anything. So anyway, we did well, and our little boy said, well, I don't think it's fair. Jill got a sister and I didn't get a brother. So we said, well, maybe we'll think about another one, and they gave us another one. And it was the same situation. But it wasn't long before we figured out something else was wrong. Something was missing. We thought if we took these children and we loved them and we gave them good food and we took them to the church and we did all the right things, they would be thankful for that, right? No, wrong. So years later, we had another little girl. She was 13, pregnant, had 6 brothers and sisters, and we took them all to church. And the little girl, her sister said to her, you are so lucky. You have everything you ever wanted. You have a store-bought coat. You have a store-bought hairdo. You have real parents, and you get to go to church. And that little girl just stood there, tears. She said, it's a wrong family. All of a sudden, it hit me. Well, you better get you out of the way real quick because it wasn't about me. It wasn't about us. It wasn't about our love, our clothes. It was about that little girl. So as we grew and as we changed and as we understood and as I took more education and learned more, still nobody's talking about sexual abuse. Nobody's talking about trauma. Nobody's talking about those kids. And so I began to put it together. I began writing programs, and I used my writing skills for setting up systems that would work for people who wanted to help. And so all of our families were set up like families. We all had staff. So we had 6 group homes, foster families, non-public school. And then people started saying, you need to write this down. You need to write. But I always thought, well, it's the kids' prerogative to write their story. It would be mine to teach them how to think. So that's what we went for. We went for teaching children choice, how to make a decision. And so this little book was originally written for one of our schools. I have several other books, but they're all written for school. And so what ReadersMagnet helped me do was fix it so that it would be a read-aloud book for parents or grandparents and children. You all have a parenting style. You all have an idea when you start. Of these little kids' parents, none of them started out to say, I can't wait to get up in the morning and abuse my kid. Didn't work that way. But if you share your perspective with your child, they understand they're so resilient, they're so smart, and they get it. So I wrote this so you would have fun sharing your ideas with your kid, with your grandkids, and they would enjoy hearing it, and they would have an understanding. So especially as a grandmother, and now great-grandmother, and great, it's so important, and the reading and the discussing, the talking, the sharing, the communicating. So it's a little book written for children, as you can see, written for adults to share, enjoy, have fun, but they'll understand what you're doing and why. It's so important. You have any questions?
Aww. What's your favorite quote from your book?
Well, I think the end where, so this little bear, she loses her parent. And so all the parents in the forest show her how they parent their kids. So she learns from the owl, and she learns from the opossum, and so each animal. So in the end, she just decides it's better to be happy than sad. It's better to be, I can read that one to you. I just happen to have this. So it was better to be happy than sad, thankful rather than sorry for herself, to be wise, protective, encouraging, fun, safe, strong, and at the same time, tender. Oh, her name is Aldine. That was my mother's best friend. Aldine, thank God for the chances she gave her to learn how to be a good mama bear. So, she understood a good mama bear makes good choices. She grew into a wonderful mama bear. One of my foster parents designed this for me. She did the artwork. So anyway, it was fun writing, it was fun doing it, and I hope you have fun reading it.
Thank you so much. Carla, do you have any questions for Carla?
What started you in your journey with adoption? Oh, I can't hear, I'm sorry. What started you?
What started you in your in the adoption in the journey adoption?
When I was 2 years old, I was in my room and I was talking, and my mother said, "Who are you talking to?" And I said, "All my kids. Can't you see all my kids?" I was called a precocious child. So even though I was dyslexic and hyperactive, I was reading because I memorized everything. And I spent my whole life in the principal's office because I couldn't be still. When I was in the 6th grade, my teacher had a stack of erasers on his desk and an alarm clock with no hands. And he set the alarm, and if it went off and I was out of my seat, which I always was, he threw the erasers at me till I got back on my seat. So when I was very little, I was reading the newspaper about a little girl in a foreign country, and they sacrificed her, and I thought, holy cow, I'm going there. I'm going to save that little girl. So then I thought, well, the biggest number I knew was 100. So I thought, well, I'm going to go and have an orphanage there, and I'm going to save 100 children. And when I went to college, and I was going to be, so I thought, well, maybe I better know something besides that. So I was going to be a school teacher, so I blew up the chemistry lab and I shorted out the physics lab, and I can't do that. So then, well, we were married and I got pregnant and I had a child, and then I had another child, and so I put school off for a little bit, and I graduated from college with 13 kids. Crazy lady. Anyway, so I started babysitting, and then people kept saying, "You're so good at this, why don't you take foster children?" So then when we took them, we thought, holy cow, they need permanency. So I remember when the first little boy we had, and I was sorting the laundry, and I put his clothes in one pile and he put them all in the other pile. And I thought, no, I want his coloreds over here and whites over here. And and so I thought, oh, he wants to belong. Oops. So, well, adopting 3, that's okay. In those days when you adopted, the money stopped. And so when they were 12 and they needed therapy, we didn't have any money. So we had to quit adopting, and we kept doing foster care. Some of our foster kids were very upset with us because we didn't adopt them. And but still, all of them call each other brothers and sisters. They all, Christmas is unbelievable, Thanksgiving is unbelievable. And the doctor told me I can't do any more big dinners because I'm in kidney failure and heart failure. And so my husband said, he's right, that's it, you're done. So I said, if I can't do dinner, I'm going to Disneyland. So Jay said, well, if you're going to Disneyland, I'm going. And Nancy said, if you're going, I'm going. And Kylie said, if you're going, I'm going. And Colby said, if you're going, I'm going. And Caleb said, now there's the same 40 coming for Christmas in Disneyland. And you keep saying you're not cooking. Well, you never know. It's all good. But I want to tell you, the exciting thing is, of all these wounded children, the grandchildren are unbelievable. It's phenomenal. There's high school graduates, college graduates, high in the military. They've all, there's 2 recidivism, and that's it. Out of 200 kids. I have other books. Readers
personally have had great success with your company. My books have had great success with your company. And everybody that I talk to that, wants to publish a book, I highly recommend Readers, because not only do you do the publishing side, but you have a killer marketing program.
It's been exciting. Met a lot of people of different walks of life. Everyone has been very, very friendly.
This team here is efficient, they're professional, they look great. In fact, they look better than any other publishing company out here. Absolutely.
Actually, I started making up stories and writing when I was in the 4th grade because my parents and I moved to Venezuela.
Wow.
My father worked there. And we were in a small oil camp, not a large one that had clubs and swimming pools. No, small, maybe 6 houses. And the kids were older. I was bored, so I would look out my window and make up stories about the iguanas, the white frogs that can stick on you. And when I got tired of using all the animals in stories, well, then I would look at the people around me and invent stories that they were off to do whatever. So boredom started it. But
Okay.
as I aged, and I had a 30-year retail career, and I was always on planes, going here, going there for the job. And you see a lot of things on planes, airports, a lot of people, a lot of observations. And
Right.
I started writing my notes, and I've been writing them all of these years. And in 2017, I decided to share the humor, so I wrote a little book called You're Kidding, I'm a Saint.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Samantha. And good luck with that. Something to look forward to in December. Like what he said. Thank you. All right, at this juncture, I think we have come to the end of our program. Why don't we give each one of us a round of applause? That was an amazing journey. This has been an amazing opportunity to not only know our authors, but really the stories behind each of your stories. And that's something that we always look forward to, having a book talk, since we did it in New York last year and in San Francisco. We're still brewing what's going to happen towards the end of the year. We want to go back to New York and end the book Confab journey for this year there. But we're still looking for a really perfect spot for that, because last year was a standing crowd, and the room that we prepared wasn't just enough for it. So we're looking for something bigger. And I know we still have a lot of viewers watching us live right now on Facebook, Twitter, and on YouTube. And we're going to end the program right now. I'm sorry about that. So you can also drive home safely. But I will leave our audiences and every one of you guys a recorded videos of some of our authors who didn't make it today, who are supposed to be here with us today, but they just have to really leave the state as early as they could. Renee Cervello, she was with us at the book signing yesterday in the USD. She was supposed to be here in the morning, but she couldn't make it. She had to leave. And we're going to be playing, good thing we prepared a really nice video of Renee and all a compilation of all her books. And at the same time, Joseph Weiser couldn't make it today. He was with us yesterday at USD, and good thing I was able to also do a short interview of him. As per Joseph, he couldn't make it because he's handicapped and he had to go with his son. They missed and they regretted not being here today, but hopefully there's something we could play. It's a good thing we also prepared a video for Joseph. But so far, for the rest of you who's with us, thank you so much for making it a fun day, a warm day inside the building. And I hope you also learn from each of our stories and look forward to the next book confab. And we can't wait to have another round of book confab here in San Diego. But besides that, don't stop creating your stories, don't stop writing your stories, and let your stories be heard. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful day.
Actually, I started making up stories and writing when I was in the 4th grade because my parents and I moved to Venezuela.
Wow.
My father worked there. And we were in a small oil camp, not a large one that had clubs and swimming pools. No, small, maybe 6 houses. And the kids were older. I was bored, so I would look out my window and make up stories about the iguanas, the white frogs that can stick on you. And when I got tired of using all the animals in stories, well, then I would look at the people around me and invent stories that they were off to do whatever. So boredom started it. But
Okay.
as I aged, and I had a 30-year retail career, and I was always on planes, going here, going there for the job. And you see a lot of things on planes, airports, a lot of people, a lot of observations. And
Right.
I started writing my notes, and I've been writing them all of these years. And in 2017, I decided to share the humor. So I wrote a little book called You're Kidding, I'm a Saint. Well, to me, humor is happiness. It's a relief. I mean, I may have a stressful day, but all of a sudden I discover something that gets my attention and I start laughing. So immediately when I start laughing, the stress goes away. I'm like a much calmer person. So humor is medicine for me. And I think it can be for a lot of people if you just open yourself up to laughing and having a good time, because that's what the book's all about. That's the way I have lived my life. Something very simple, laughs. That's it, laughs. It's this book, Humor All the Way, is more of my personal stories. And I've got more of my husband in there because, like I say, we are total opposites. And so he was, when in his younger years, he was into all sports and very good at them. And so during the years, he tried to drag me out to golf courses and made a big mistake. He would take me out in Texas in July, the hottest part of the year, and try to teach me golf and, you know, hit the ball, Renee. Well, where'd it go? Well, it went 2 inches. Okay, go pick the ball up, Renee. You got to hit it again. So I go over and I'm in a puddle of poison ivy. You know, I'm eating up. It's hot. I'm sweaty. I'm red. I'm itchy. And I said, that's it. And he said, we haven't even passed the first hole. And I said, this is my last hole. This is it.
Right.
So, you know, we have experienced a lot of things like that through the years. And so if you want to pick up the book, I think any age, not just seniors, but any age can relate to some of these stories. I mean, our kids and grandkids have related to a lot of this, believe it or not. And so if you just want laughs, there's no message here except have fun. That's the message.
We are Reader's Magnet, a team of self-publishing and marketing experts sharing our love of books with the world. We support independent authors in achieving their dreams by helping them publish and promote their stories. You can be one of those independent and aspiring authors. Once you've completed your manuscript, we will work together in editing, illustration, layout design, and typesetting. We will then register your book, distribute and promote your brand and title to your community and even to the world. Publish your book and attract your readers today. Reader's Magnet. We share your story with the world.
Every book begins with an idea. A writer with a purpose is driven to start writing a book to be read and loved by thousands and hopefully millions of readers. At Reader's Magnet, we work with authors by providing convenience with our fast and easy process for turning your manuscript into a masterpiece. Full support of our team of professionals working with you in every step of the way. Peace of mind retaining creative control of your book's design and content. Value for your money with our extensive range of easy-to-follow and easy-to-use industry-standard publishing and publicity services. And lastly, the competitive edge with our combined traditional and modern methods to ensure your market accessibility and presence. The publishing team at Reader's Magnet exists to support writers every step of the way in their publishing process, from caring and believing in their work to inspiring them to complete their manuscript, and finally celebrating when they hold the first printed copy of their book. We want all authors to experience that. Publish your book and attract your readers today. Reader's Magnet. We share your story with the world. Call us at 1-800-805-0762 or visit our website at www.readersmagnet.com.